classes. So that does not happen this year.
There's also coffee.
Annika, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
What I would say, Kira, is what Alicia did.
Okay, I can hear you. It's just a little because everyone's talking. But I can
And it was
definitely hear
great
you.
because she was like, one of them was like, and one of the recommendations was that she, like what I said, integration between NDA, NDA, and
The next part, the water.
how many of these things didn't do things that she did some of the SBA way and it passed. And then she went to DAP for digestion, composting, more things that give her documentation about that. And then she went into the other one. So it was actually pretty cool. And then she went back and talks about greenhouse gases and like getting out of greenhouse gases. Having this registry and like how now I'm bringing that into like and so she like yeah. Hey, how are you?
How are you? Good to see you.
Did you get coffee, tea?
I did. And my second donut of the day. So
You had one this morning?
I needed like a very large coffee. Did you go through the blood water?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was intense.
I was nervous.
It was
about
intense, wasn't it?
It was.
I thought it was just me.
No.
I was like, I hope this is low enough.
Right, I hope my car doesn't stop right here.
I kept thinking like, well, it must have been okay because you guys had a session yesterday and people must have made it. It's not like it rained last night.
Like a little bit higher than yesterday.
It's high tide.
Certainly has to be.
Let us know.
I was like, oh my God.
It is so funny though, Anne, like
Oh,
the difference between good coffee and bad coffee is bigger than the difference between, I think, any other food or drink.
Oh, yeah, it's stunning.
It is. Apple's the only other exception. Like,
Apples.
But to me, that's more of a texture thing.
it is a texture thing.
Although
We're recording, just so you know, we're recording. And people online, we're gonna get started. Yeah, online, can you hear us okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, let us know if you can't hear it. So this was yesterday's agenda. Just a reminder, we had some great presentations about the supply chain, about the sustainability study in school food. And we heard from Grace about future harvest and about all the amazing work that Brewster is doing. But today we're going to talk more about today we're going to talk more about where we're going as a council and what you all are hoping to accomplish in the next year. We're going to review the bylaws and also talk about legislation first. And I'm Annika, for those who did not meet me yet. I'm the new food systems installation coordinator. Okay, I'm just going to go over some announcements really quickly. Brittany is in the process of taking roll call already for the members here. So just a reminder, the report publication has been moved up to the summer, and this is the timeline that we're planning to shoot for. So June 14th is what we're hoping to hear. I would like to hear back from you about recommendations for the report. You will receive back the first draft of the report on the 21st. Your comments on that report will be due on the 3rd of July, final draft July 12th, and July 18th. We would have a vote on it. So it's soon. But also it's not a full year's worth of recommendations because the timeline has changed. We are going to have our Western Maryland on September 13th. Did everybody get an invitation to that online? Yeah, cool. And then it's come up already that travel reimbursement is owed to you guys, and we're figuring that out. I'm going to be sending an email to you with requesting you fill out a W-9. That's part of the process for getting that reimbursement. And then from there, it's going to be like a reimbursement request form that you would email back to me. That's like for your mileage to get to meetings like this or to the Frederick tour. Does anyone have any questions about that?
I don't have any questions, I have 2 comments.
Yes.
So one on the report publication, just a reminder, we decided to move this up so that the recommendations were available for legislators as they build their legislative agenda. So this isn't arbitrary, this is intentional. And as Annika said, we understand that this report might be a little bit smaller, a little bit less recommendations, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Focus report on very specific recommendations that legislators can take, policy. Be remiss if I didn't mention Mary Lopez is in the room as policymakers evaluate what they're going to do from a legislative perspective or changing policy in their departments. This timing, I think, will work better for the entirety of the state policy apparatus, and will really work better aligned with the goals of the council. And then on the travel expense reimbursement, I will just request people be patient and kind with us. This is a process we use that is not set up by our department. So we are working with the other department program management that is responsible for doing things like this. And Comptroller's Office issues checks, and we're going to make it as painless as possible.
But it's not fast.
It is not fast. And it's sometimes a little bit detail oriented. So we're going to, I'm going to be stepping out of this, but Annika and team will work with you, and that will work with you. We want to make sure that you get the reimbursement that you need and deserve and are owed, but just be kind.
Thank you for saying that.
Can I ask a question about the report? So a lot, again, because the report came out in November, there was a lot of recommendations that weren't picked up this legislative session.
So I see a lot of recommendations from our committee at least being tweaked a little bit, but they weren't taken up. So they're, they should probably go back in the report. But my question is, in addition to saying, we still want to see these things going, are we going to have anything where we look at the past recommendations and here was the recommendation and here was the legislation that came out of it? I was actually just on another call this morning about something like that, and I really thought that was really great. I was talking to Nancy about one of the reports we wrote about a different thing, and they went through and they said, here was the report, and here's the legislation that went off there, here's this and here's that, and I really thought that was powerful. We've included that in every one of our reports, so we'll do that again this year. Yeah. So we can go through, so I guess from all of our committees, what we'll need to go through is look at the recommendations, look what led to legislation so that we can flag that for you. Right?
So I think last year staff did that. We went through and aligned the recommendations. There was I can't remember, Brittany reminded me, it's like a crosswalk table in the report that ended up being done, where there's a list of the recommendations and then an update on this was passed by HB 30 or whatever. We staffed did that.
Okay.
Great. So, and as you all know, we have a co-chair election coming up. Did everyone receive a nomination form in the email that I sent about this meeting? It was, yes. If anyone, I'll send it out again. But just so you know, you should have received a nomination form. Has anyone not participated in the voting process before? I know Dr. Karki is new. Okay, so I'm new as well, and so thank you for bearing with me. I would like to have the nomination forms back by Monday, and so what that's going to look like is you choose one person who is on the council who you would like to nominate to be co-chair. From there, I will be contacting all of the nominees to confirm that they are interested in being nominated, and then we'll hold a final election from there. So the results should be out on the 20th. That's the timeline. Does anyone have any questions, thoughts about that? Okay, cool.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Do we have candidates or we select one of the members or how?
So the candidates are all of you, all of the voting members of the councils are eligible to be nominated, if that makes sense.
With the exception of state agencies.
Okay, thank you.
Only non-state agencies are eligible to be co-chair. So MDEM is the standing co-chair, and essentially are the state government co-chair, and then the idea is that somebody non-state government would be the other co-chair. So the legislation actually specifies that it can be anybody who is not a state agency representative that is a seated member of the council.
We vote for one of the members as a co-chair, right?
Yes. Yes, Michael J. Wilson is the co-chair currently, but he is sadly stepping down and moving on to bigger and better things. So that's why we're
Bigger and better? All right.
Bigger and better.
I didn't know that. I didn't.
I take it back. Okay. Any other questions?
Is it fair to ask why he is stepping down?
To ask him why?
Maybe offline.
Maybe offline.
Maybe I'll court a meeting.
Let's chat later.
Offline, yeah. We do.
Okay, and also I don't have a slide about it, but I wanted to say thank you to Brittany for planning this amazing meeting and coordinating all of the guest speakers yesterday, and also for coordinating and doing all of the planning for the.
And for being great for a long time.
Yeah. Okay, and with that, that's the end of the announcements. We're gonna have our legislative debrief.
Great. So I think everybody, most of the people in this room know me, and most of the people online know me, but if you don't, I'm Anna Sierra, I'm the Chief Development Officer.
They're having a hard time hearing online.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Microphone.
Yell over Ben's shoulder here.
Sounds good.
As I was saying, most people in the room know me, and I think probably most people online know me, but if you don't, I'm Anna Sierra. I'm the Chief Development Officer and Legislative Liaison for the Department of Emergency Management. A couple of years ago, when we started this council, I think we went through the first year, learned a lot of things. The first legislative session, we've been building ever since under various leadership, Michael Jay's leadership, Heather Bruskin's leadership, lots of input from Michelle Caruso and Ann Plummer and all of our legislative leaders. So we really appreciate the time and space to grow this effort. But it's an interesting and I think impactful function of the advisory body to weigh in from various on legislation that the General Assembly is considering. I think the diversity on this group brings a lot of different perspectives from a lot of different angles and a lot of different fields. The legislature looked at over 3,000 bills this year. And so a lot of times they look to experts to cut the noise. And so I'm really proud that this is a function that the council can support. I am a political science nerd by heart. And so, and local government and state government in particular really very directly impacts what we do on a daily basis, both from a professional and a personal standpoint. And so I think this role is really important. The intent today is to go over what happened during session, what passed, what didn't. We know that everybody was invited to those legislative meetings every Monday, but not everybody can make that space and time, particularly during session. So we want to make sure that the entire council understands kind of what passed, what we followed, what passed, what didn't pass, and then hopefully to tee up some of those ideas, to Dr. Lansing's perspective or point earlier. There are opportunities to weigh in on things that were either passed or not passed, re-emphasize recommendations from this body on things that didn't pass or things that passed in different ways than was really envisioned by the experts of this group. And so it's a method of kind of debriefing after session, but also teeing up for the upcoming report and recommendations from this group. I understand, we're shifting to the Office of Resilience, but I remain the legislative officer for MDEM, so you won't be getting rid of me. I will still be supporting in that capacity, and we hope to have CHHS's support moving forward. Before I turn it over, I do want to say a big thank you to both Ben and Quinn. Yes. They're both going to introduce themselves, but we really appreciate the support from the Center of Health and Homeland Security at the University of Maryland. For those of you not familiar with the group, they are embedded in the law school, and we have awesome, really talented law students. Quinn is one. Quinn is graduating this year. Support this effort, and so we really take advantage of their expertise, their understanding of the law and how statutes work, and so we really appreciate that. Michael Jay's got a finger up, so I'll turn it over to him before turning it over to Ben.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank you, Anna. In all the years we've been doing this, you have helped us to continue to grow. And I don't want you to think that's not appreciated. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also, I know Heather's about to walk in, but the leadership of the C&C committee this year has been phenomenal. And that's Heather and Michelle and Ann. And it's just, as a former member of the committee, it's been great. I've really been gratified to see how this has moved forward in a really productive way. And I can't say enough about Ben and Quinn. Some of us just opine about stuff, but they brought the details and the facts and the substance in ways that have just made this effort so much better. And so I really, really appreciate that.
And they also brought the humor, which I appreciate.
That's what I say, yeah.
And this is a long, busy session, so I hope you can weave some of that into your presentation.
Yes.
So it's like, so you just missed all the good stuff I said about you.
but you are just in time for the legislative debrief. So,
And we did add pictures today, so you'll get
Yes.
those, including roosters. I know we've talked a lot about the rooster bill, and we'll certainly discuss that. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Ben Yellen, Program Director for Public Policy and External Affairs at CHHS. This has been our second year doing legislative tracking on behalf of the CNC Committee of the FSRC. In some ways, it was a very interesting session for a couple of reasons. One, I think this was the first session in a while where we were under significant fiscal restraints. Bills with large fiscal notes just were not moving, and I think that adds an interesting element in the committee's strategy and how we present legislation, since it's such an important factor. And then just kind of us being the view from nowhere, it was really heartening and interesting watching this committee work through some difficult issues, including some legislation where there was significant disagreement among committee members, and to watch committee members work through that respectively. I will never look at anaerobic digestion the same way after having such a long discussion about it. I don't think I ever knew what it was before I started this. Like Anna said, I hope that we can continue this next year. We got a lot of really good feedback from members of the committee on our weekly legislative briefings. And so we will look to incorporate that as we go into the next legislative session. And finally, I know we've thanked Quinn many times, but this will be her second year doing this. She spent 2/3 of her law school career working for the Center for Health and Homeland Security. We are very sad, but we're sad that she's leaving, but proud of her that she is graduating. So she's been invaluable. I literally do not know what I'm going to do next year. I'm just going to have to find a new Quinn. It's going to be exceedingly difficult. So with that, I will hand it over to Quinn to start our presentation.
All right, so we're going to start with the FSRC supported bills. So the first bill is the SNAP state supplement. This was a bill for seniors. The bill was approved by the governor, so it's already been signed into law, so yay. This supplement benefit requirement gets raised from $40 to $50. The original draft of the bill was $90, so the original draft didn't go through, but it is a $10 increase. And the eligibility age also lowered from 62 to 60, reaching additional people. All right. The next one is food processing residuals utilization permit. So this passed, enrolled in both chambers. So it's been given to the governor, not yet signed. This was also supported by FSRC, and it prohibits a person from using food processing residuals without a permit. It was previously just an unpermitted practice. The permit needs to come from Department of Ag, and it needs to meet nutrient management plan requirements. And I highlighted here some language from the bill where utilize encompasses handling and storing the food processing residuals, as well as using it or transporting it. This, if you remember, primarily came from concerns by locals of the smell that's produced, usually from storing the food processing residuals. And so this should take care of that problem, hopefully.
Is it an annual permit?
I think the language of the bill said it was annual, yes. And they also have the right to inspect. Department of Ag can come inspect. So the next bill is the Maryland Meals.
Can I ask a quick question? So these ones say approved, the other one says passed and rolled. At what point does he have to, or he doesn't sign it by what day? It just goes into it like?
So the legislature has 20 days at the end of session to officially enroll the bill to the governor. So that deadline ended a couple of days ago. And then the governor has 30 days after that to either sign or veto legislation. That goes until around the end of May. If the governor takes no action, the bill goes into law without his signature. So there are
30 days from 2 days ago.
Yeah, so I would say the end of May is pretty much when you would absolutely know for sure. I'll also just note that policy-related vetoes are very rare, especially when the governor and the legislature are from the same political party. Sometimes there are vetoes if the bill is duplicative or if the Attorney General notices something wrong in the language of the legislation.
If I could just touch on that. I mean, I don't think we expect any vetoes this session of substantive legislation. And historically, in in prior administrations under then Governor Hogan, many of the hunger-related bills went into law without his signature
Why?
because he didn't want to sign it and he didn't want to veto it.
Okay, but it doesn't matter.
But it didn't matter. But what it meant is that we didn't get the signing ceremony. We didn't have the opportunity to celebrate that. And particularly the supplemental benefit. There were legislators who said to me, we want him to veto this. Oh, we want to have a fight about it, because they wanted to have stark partisan political differences about that. And many times he would just let it become law without a signature. That's the history of the Hogan administration in a nutshell. It was a nonpartisan statement, by the way.
And just to confirm, the term of the permit under this legislation may not be more than 1 year.
Okay, thank you.
So I just asked Mark and he said he wasn't sure, which means it's not a dumb question, but.
If he isn't sure, yeah.
Residuals, is that a technical term that means basically any animal production byproduct?
So it's in the bill as defined, and unless there's subsequent regulations that further define it by the Department of Agriculture, which I don't know if there are going to be any, but it says processing residual means an organic material that is generated by processing agricultural commodities for human or animal consumption and includes food residuals, food co-products, food processing waste, food processing sludge, or any other incidental material whose characteristics are derived from processing agricultural products for human consumption or animal consumption and registered with the state chemist as a soil conditioner.
So what that means in a nutshell, we just, actually, Steve and I were on a call this morning, we talked about this. In a nutshell, it's poultry processing, it's dog food processing, it's vegetable canning processing, it's seafood processing, catfish processing. It's any of the residuals from that food processing that often gets applied to fields. So you now need a permit to apply that to a field, which wasn't the case before. It still had to go in your nutrient management plan, but there wasn't a special permit for putting those nutrients back on the field.
Yeah, thank you both. I knew the purpose of this bill, but it was kind of interesting how broad a term.
Yeah, and so we had talked about this during the session because I was like, oh my God, wait, we're talking about food residuals, food processing residuals, how do those interact with the different people who are mandated to divert materials and how does that work? And I'm sorry I'm stepping over on this discussion, but a majority of these food processors also have MDE permits for their wastewater discharges in some ways, right? So for the seafood processors, there's a seafood processing discharge permit. For the CAFOs and AFOs, there's a processing discharge permit. So most of these are already identified. We're not really seeking out additional processing.
The difference is they often discharge part of the water, they take off all the sludge, the dissolved air flotation, and they apply that to the fields. So now they'll have permits for both parts because the discharge water was permitted, but the sludge that they took off and put onto the fields as fertilizers was not. So it kind of closes the loop.
Michelle?
I know this isn't the purpose of the bill, but just a question because it's so broad. Does this include alcohol processing residuals?
Yes.
We don't have to say, we don't have to bring that up.
I would say yes, which is interesting because a lot of the spent grains are now not under permit. So the question is a spent grain now under permit? That's a very good question. And that MDA will have to grapple with.
If they are over 1 ton, if they're over 1 ton, they would be mandated to divert under the food residual diversion law, right? So those processing would be mandated that way regardless, but there's no permit on that per se.
All right, thank you.
And it's food processing, so is alcohol food processing residuals.
Correct.
If you look at the definition,
It is a legal question.
or animal consumption.
And that's where a regulation may come out from MBA to
Yeah.
further define it.
But it's a good question, does it? I don't know if it involves spent grains. Good question.
And restaurants are going to be exempt because they have less.
Restaurants are not food processing. They aren't considered food processors, only the factories.
But they may do some processing in a restaurant.
Oh, so like a brewery, a restaurant.
Or a large restaurant that's cutting further processing the meat that they get, or?
I don't think so, because they're not
Okay,
applying
I'm
that to
not-
the field. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's only someone who's trying to apply the residuals to a field. They now have to be permitted.
Okay.
So if you're not applying it to a field, which spent grain often doesn't, goes to feed, doesn't go to food. So maybe that's the loophole.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I hope we don't have this long of a discussion.
Most of the bills aren't this complicated.
Yeah.
Drink to that.
All right, so next bill, Maryland Meals for Achievement in Classroom Breakfast. This was supported by us. It's already been approved by the governor. And this is where elementary schools specifically may now serve breakfast in any broadly accessible part of the school. Before this, there was only certain designated areas within the school that the breakfast could be served. And so this should make it more accessible to distribute the food and have the children get the food in hand. That flexibility was already built into middle school and high school. So it just extends it to elementary school. Any questions?
We're not going to have a long talk about this, are we, Beth?
That's good.
Okay. Next is universal expansion report for breakfast and lunch in schools. This is already approved by the governor. FSRC supported the original version of this bill, which was to have a universal expansion of breakfast and lunch. This is where every student in a Maryland public school would get a free breakfast or lunch. This bill was significantly altered to become a report. And so now the Department of Education will report to the General Assembly on the cost to provide free breakfast and lunch to all students in public schools of the state. So now it's a research project. Some of the data they'll consider is participation rates in the current programs, the cost for students of lunches and breakfast, attendance rates at schools, staffing costs for providing free meals, and then any subsidies that the county can take advantage of.
So this is the one that was, in my view, the big failure of the legislative session. You know, we had several amendments that would have been less than the full cost of the bill, but for reasons known only to legislative leaders, rather than have a substantive amendment, they decided to have an amendment that said, well, we're going to do more research about this, which was, I think the correct term is a fig leaf. And we submitted comments citing several dozen existing studies in Maryland and around the country. I think they wanted to be able to say they passed something when in fact we knew that they had passed nothing. And so I'm not sure how this is going to go forward in the future. I think this was really a fig leaf just so they could say they did something.
Is this something that the Distribution and Accessing Committee should look towards creating a recommendation?
I don't know how this fits in that committee, but perhaps, I mean, the problem is during the pandemic, we had meals for all students covered by federal funds. So that whether you were in Montgomery County, Maryland or Montgomery, Alabama, you got it done. And subsequent to that, as the federal support was withdrawn, many states from California to Vermont to Michigan have done a state initiative, understanding that not only is this good policy for health and for other reasons, it was something they wanted to continue. Maryland continues to not be able to do that, even a small step forward. They've just gone back to the pre-pandemic time as if that was okay.
Michael, did you see the federal government passing that? Like, doing CEP for.
So thank you for the question. I think the problem is in the current structure of the way the Congress is set up, it's unlikely they're going to even update the child nutrition reauthorization, which was passed last in 2008, because we would rather it stay the way it is than go backwards. I would be hopeful that in the future we'll be able to do this nationally, but I am disappointed that Maryland has not been able to take any kind of a positive step.
And just to add to that, a number of us are also on the COG Farm Committee, and we had the opportunity to do a site visit at USDA a couple of weeks ago, and the Mid-Atlantic director of FMS I asked basically which of the COVID waivers or the shifts that we had seen do you think will be either renewed or continued by the federal government? And her response was pretty much, I think the next phase will be really looking to the states to take the leadership on any of those opportunities that we've really been relying on for school meals during the pandemic. So I took that as an indicator that, and it was not a USDA decision, but just because of the circumstances in Congress, that it's unlikely to come from a federal perspective.
Is there a way for this to, instead of it being legislation, is there a way for the Blueprint for Schools or some of the lottery funding that we supposedly get for it to divert to do this? Like, is this something that could just happen with our existing educational funding, like the Maryland Blueprint?
So I will say that some of us, when they initially were doing the Blueprint, wanted to make sure that school meals were included as part of the conversation. For no reasons known only to the legislature. They really focus much more on other issues.
Right.
Even in a school budget, the food nutrition service is not generally included in that. They operate independently, which is why folks like Beth and other food nutrition directors have to manage their budgets in a way so that they don't have extra revenue, but they don't run a deficit. And there are school districts across the state who ran deficits this year. Some of them in the, six-figure range.
Yeah.
How they're able to operate. And the state doesn't do anything about that.
Right.
All right, any further comments on this one? Okay.
Michael J., do you think, I'm sorry, Nancy and I were just talking, do you think it's better just to go for universal breakfast instead of both? Because the cost would be much less for just breakfast.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of range of opportunities thinking about this going forward. I was going to say this later, but then it talked about, the first year with fiscal restraints, there's never been a time that I've done that the legislature or the governor have said, we've got plenty of money, let's figure all this out. We've always had fiscal restraint, and they've always figured out what to do amongst their priorities, whether it was tax cuts of a certain kind or housing or other things that are valuable. So I think the challenge going forward is what's the step we can take to move this forward? And I'd be glad to talk to you about this. We had an idea that we were working with MSDE on of doing a Maryland Meals for Achievement-like program to help build up more hunger-free schools, as we often refer to CEP schools. But I think whether it's breakfast or it's that kind of a matching program, there are other options going forward. I don't think the research study is going to be valuable in those discussions.
From a state perspective, do you think that counties would be interested in like a state county match approach to funding it, where the state would have to, I mean, that's like just an opinion question, I guess, but if you think, I know, Montgomery County would probably find something like that very interesting just from my perspective, but do you think statewide there would be local resources to kind of share the costs?
I know, I can imagine. No. I don't see it. I could be wrong. I couldn't see me going to my local and saying, hey, can you supplement? Well, I'm lucky because I'm CEP, but 10 years ago, they would have been like, it's worth a try, and you have a wealthier county than us, but it's just so expensive.
In terms of just this bill, or the last bill, when is the study due?
Let's give you an exact date.
So there's like a study that, now it's just a study, and when is the study gonna come out?
You know it?
I think it's the.
Yeah, who's doing the study and when is it due?
I think it's the state
It's due by December 1st, 2024, and it's the Department of Education who is
So before the next legislative session.
prior to the next legislative session.
And who's swinging it, like, so just
Board of
MSD or-
Education.
MSDE. In determining the cost estimate for the report, the department shall consider the current rate of providing free breakfast and lunch, heirloom meals for achievement, participation in federal programs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
And they're tasked with doing research on what's happening in other states as well.
All right. So the next bill is the Wasted Food Reduction and Diversion Fund and Grants. So yeah, exactly. This one died in the Senate. It didn't pass. This was initially supported by us because it involved kind of creating a fee for like trash and recycling and using dump facilities. And then that income would go into this diversion fund, which would then fund the grants. The bill was changed to remove that entire structure, and instead the fund is created by the state. There's no required funding level. So it would be a fund that could be funded or not. And then the grants would be awarded for the list of projects on the screen. If I recall correctly, the reason support was voted to be withdrawn was because it removed the county as an eligible recipient of the grant, which it used to be in the original bill. And then it seems that no amendments were made and it didn't move forward. But this was, there was also a very similar bill to this one. It was almost identical. That one got withdrawn, so I didn't include it because it's very substantively the same as this one. Right.
Can I ask a little bit about the, I wasn't in those conversations, the county level access to these funds as a critical decision point for us in terms of supporting or not supporting?
So the reason, if I remember correctly, is because counties that already had similar mandates and funding were exempt from the state mandate, right? So like it was a 2 cent per ton diversion, $2. And counties that already were charging that were exempt from participating in the state, but then weren't eligible for any of the revenue opportunities.
Yeah.
It was like a really, we've got in the weeds, but it was basically counties were going to be forced to contribute, but then we're not eligible to benefit from any of the potential opportunities.
Can you let Gabby come off mic and she'll give the best explanation of it?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so for the county piece, from my discussion with some of the other advocates, I think the county piece was actually taken out by mistake. And I think when I was on some follow-up emails and the advocates did follow up with the Senate committee, just letting them know that that was something that they didn't want to take out. So I think when there was the process of, I think it was the last couple of weeks of session, I think they struck that county language by accident. I think the intent was still to keep the county language in there.
And that's what we wrote in our letter. We wrote in our letter withdrawn that it seems that they cut a whole paragraph where they shouldn't have. Right. We basically said, we think you did this by mistake, but if you didn't, please add, we want you to add it back in. Yeah, that's what we wrote. And then I think they were like, oh, crap.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, I think there's already some conversations with the folks that were involved this past year, and I think that language will be returned.
So do you think this bill is going to come up again next year?
I think so. Yeah. The sponsor, Delegate Boyce, Vice Chair Boyce, seems really committed. We've already spoken with another state who's successfully implemented a tipping fee, so I think that she would be. I mean, I don't want to speak for her, but I'm pretty sure she would be willing to reintroduce this again.
With the fee in it.
Right. Yeah. I think that's why there's need for conversations and why we started early. Because I think the reason why the fee was cut was to try to get something moved this past session. But I think on the Senate side, they didn't want to move it with the fee removed. So we'll just have to kind of talk with the people that were opposed, like the haulers, and get the Maryland Association of Counties like at the table as well.
Yeah, thanks, that's really helpful. I would say from a perspective of a food bank and also on behalf of the food pantries that are moving food, funding is really critical in terms of helping us get the processes, the systems in place, pay fees, transportation to really fully participate in waste diversion. And it's not just, as I said, not just a food bank, but also think about the hundreds of food pantries that are also have some food waste in their locations and letting them participate, but having some offset to the expenses. Without that, it's going to be challenging to really enact this fully. I would propose to support that if it comes back in a better form.
Michael.
Really quickly, a small point, and I didn't follow this very closely. There was a point in there about reusable utensils.
Yeah.
I know, having talked to food nutrition directors, there's a reason why they don't use metal forks and knives in schools. And so I don't think we're thinking of metal. I know there's a concern about plastic, but there are real reasons why they don't use, let me just say, metal knives.
I'll say that, I've been going round and round talking about this with the various different food nutrition, whether it's Department of Aging and also with the schools. And I wouldn't say it's a blanket statement for all schools or school levels. There's a variety of different mechanisms that could be utilized by our public entities, including Department of Corrections.
I will say I thought one of the most notable costs that this grant could go to was labor and wages. I feel like typically when the grant programs like these are created, they don't include like labor costs. And so I thought that was notable in the bill. All right, so moving on to the food supplement program and human services scholarship. So this was voted to be supported, but we didn't submit any testimony on it. So this was originally called the Summer SNAP, the Children's Summer SNAP. And so it's a $30 supplement for the month of June, July, and August, and a $10 supplement in December. The supplement is provided by the state to counties for individuals who are under the age of 19 who receive federal EBT benefit. And so this is a match to get up to 30 or to get up to 10. So if the county puts in 15, then the state would put in 15 to get to $30 for the month of June. One of the new requirements in the bill is that a county must commit to evaluating the effectiveness of the supplement and of the program in their county. There was also added language about subject to the state budget. The department may use the funds to either pay the EBT admin costs or to match the county's contribution to get up to that $30 or $10. And it also established a human services career scholarship, which has a bunch of eligibility requirements and requirements after someone receives the scholarship. Those details are on our tracking sheet, but they're essentially meant to reward students who are interested in a human services career, and they would also have to work in a human services position once they graduated for a set period of time. Question, comment?
I want to defer to the secretary who's here, who has probably the best explanation of all of this. Secretary Lopez?
Hope I did it justice.
It's fascinating to me how much confusion this causes. That's my most diplomatic response. Let me just break it down more simply. This state has left on the table for decades millions of federal dollars, for which DHS has not, or other states departments have not competed for. This is a new federal program that's going to provide the grocery line benefits, $120 per child, per family, per year. The question is a quid pro quo. Consider Maryland wants to participate. You have to have a 50-50 match. It does not require counties. So the Maryland Summer SNAP program, which was launched, I believe, in 2019 or 18, was one that required a match of counties. And not unexpectedly in Maryland, counties that had more resources disproportionately were able to participate. And counties who struggled financially, who still had children who needed help, did not. Between the time it was launched and last year, Maryland has struggled to serve children. And this will feed 500,000 children starting this summer. The match on behalf of Maryland is $9 million. And it's $18 million total, and it's a formula that the federal government set up that we follow. What was stunning to me was how a ton of misinformation was used during a variety of the session. I'm a very transparent, candid person, including things that just weren't true. So for example, Maryland's program has not covered extensively without a county match any of these preventive services, and did not cover children under the age of 5. That's never happened in Maryland. Yet all of those things were repeatedly shared with the legislature. We have no idea why. We don't know if that was just genuine confusion or intention. Bottom line, the governor has clearly articulated a path forward on trying to end poverty in Maryland for children. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen with a single bill or with a single act. But I was surprised, we all were surprised, with how much resistance, quite frankly, there was to feeding 500,000 children and protection of a program that, while wonderful, has struggled. And to the earlier conversation, you were asked about counties, that answer, you were right, is no. Not every county has the resources to do this. This now allows counties to not have to contribute at all. However, if they want to, and they want to cover children under the age of 5 or children in December, we welcome them to the party. And they're put as much millions of dollars as they like. And this is a step in the right direction, not the full solution for all things, but at least guarantees some coverage during the months when children don't have access to free or reduced breakfast or lunch. So we are fast and furiously working with our federal partners. We just submitted our plan this last week. We rose our hand early, and we did so cautiously because, as you can imagine, we cannot act without the legislature or the governor. And this was one of the bills that came to pass after our departmentals were submitted. So just for context, some questions were asked earlier. We have to prepare and submit to the governor's legislative officer by August 31st, departmental bills prior to next year. But things happen in the country that don't follow that beautiful timeline. So this is one of those bills, for example, that even went to the legislature, the officers and community leaders and the governor in order to get it through this session so that Maryland could raise its hand and be one of the leaders in the nation to actually feed more kids this summer. So stay tuned for more. There will be opportunities for partners across the state to help us both in terms of community outreach and engagement, as well as making sure that we make it as easy as possible. One of the things that we're building into the work is much the way in which we orchestrate from the ground up this whole benefits replacement is automatic eligibility. Rather than making a parent justify without arguing their poverty, simply say if you're receiving something, you're going to get a card in the mail. Yes. And that goes up for every child and family across the state. And there is roughly 50-ish thousand kids that have varying scenarios like homeschool or other kinds of programs that we're working closely with our superintendent of education to figure out how to best do that on the back end through technology and make it as seamless as possible. We're going to leverage the federal government and USDA's branding, so it's called Sunbucks, Summer Nutrition. So you'll hear a lot more about that, but we couldn't act formally until the legislature made a decision and the governor will sign that law. So May 9th is the signing ceremony to Michael J's point. We invite you all to join us at the signing ceremony on the 9th of May. For those who want to join. And there's a ton of work to do. Happy to answer questions. And happy to answer any confusion there might still be about what summer snack is or is not.
So I thank you for that. I also want to say we are very happy with the summer EAT program going forward. This is the first new permanent nutrition program in a long time. And I think that there are hundreds of thousands of Maryland children who are going to benefit. So first and foremost, thank you. Secondly, the point about confusion is well, and we will accept. As you know, we've had several conversations as we were trying to understand what was going on. And I think that there were different, let me be very careful about this. There were different elements and individuals and organizations who had multiple reasons for their advocacy. And I don't know that this will make everyone happy, but I think this is clearly and definitely a step forward and really good for Maryland.
Well, first of all, I just want to echo Michael J's thanks, because I know what an incredibly quick and heavy lift it has been for your agency to activate these resources. So, and I know in Montgomery County alone, I think there's 70,000 kids who are going to benefit, which is a massive expansion, even if we've been investing local dollars to try and maximize the earlier program. I think it would be super helpful just from a county perspective, and I think you have a bunch of different agencies that are in that space, so that probably makes it extra hard, but I think I want to make sure we're maximizing everything as much as we can. And so I think we're, that'll be a separate question that I won't bore everybody with, but I would love to know specifically about if there are resources that are, I think a rumor that I had heard, there are resources that were not being accessed by counties, or there was a pot of money that had not been, I don't know, tapped into by counties though they could. I didn't really understand what that was, but if that's true, I would love to know. I think maybe from the previous program.
The quick answer is no. No one matching pot of money. So that was one of the things that I was confused by.
Yeah.
So no.
Okay, thank you.
And interestingly, how we are working in a political environment. How human services scholarship got in there was because it's a previous bill and it's a priority of the Speaker of the House of Delegates, Speaker Jones. So as this is making its way through, this was the way to attach something to a bill. So I know that caused a little bit of confusion too. And part of that was because in a previous piece of legislation, to your point, there had been some rules written into the law that made it contradictory to help integrate people that Maryland wanted to help. And so a lot of them course corrected those things. So that's ultimately some good news. On the issue of working with counties, we have a continued uphill battle at the time on changing our communication. And as you saw with the replacement of stolen benefits, one of the things we did was actually pre-prepare things like English and Spanish flyers, English and Spanish emails. We are going to model that kind of engagement and leverage the federal investments in the branding to work closely with our county partners. We haven't kicked off any of those dates or any of that yet. So any county who wants to partner with us, any nonprofit wants to partner with us, we welcome that partnership. And certainly one of the things we're going to do is a similar style of tough Q&A to answer some of those questions. We did a lot of that during the legislative session. It seemed to be helpful. But modeling that as well. But there isn't any untapped money on the table for the Maryland Summer Snap Program. So I just want to make sure I say that out loud.
Just for boots on the ground, I guess a lot of it fell on our departments, the service departments, to get information we didn't have, why they didn't get their cards. So that was very difficult with COVID. Something that communication for the consumer with the department worked out the kinks on that.
Cool. No, I imagine. I wasn't here for it. I heard a lot about it. Now, the only evidence we have counter that, which can be positive, is how we built from scratch the replacement of stolen benefits, which we are replacing within 2 to 4 days, which is unheard of. Track it daily. And we have direct communication with our customers and or their advocates, because there's a number of ways to negotiate that. So we're trying to model that we can in fact be agile and move faster than we moved before. But as you can imagine, we're going to do a lot of catch up just to get launched this summer. So I imagine that it's going to be somewhat messy sometimes, but what we need for that is your candid feedback to us and just direct outreach. Just tell us what's not working. It's okay to disagree with something. We want to hear that we can quickly course correct. And I always say we want to fail faster so that we can actually make it smoother and more common. So I don't know if Emily Bauer, are you on?
I am. Good morning, everyone.
Emily Bauer is one of the internal champions of this work and is going to be responsible for representing DHS at these kinds of conversations. Reach out to me anytime. And we want your feedback. So if I would encourage you, if there's something that you know didn't work well, tell us, here's how it landed on our department, here's what we had to do, suggestions and tips. And tell us what you want. And then we can say, yep, no problem, we can do that. Or no, we can't just apply, or let's work together to figure out a 5-minute solution. Happy to do that. Sorry. And Emily, did you catch that?
I did. I'm having a little hard time. There's a little bit of an echo, so I was having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. But yes, feel free to reach out to me directly if people have specific questions as well. I'm happy to share.
I said that you have a magic wand from Hogwarts and you're going to collect it all.
Yes, this is very true.
Any other questions? Great.
All right, so moving along, we have the venison donation bill. This was supported, though we didn't submit any testimony. This reestablished an existing venison donation program where a hunter could get venison processed at an approved processor, and then that could be donated to food banks in Maryland, and they would get a $300 income tax credit for their donation. The goal is to cover the cost of the processing, since that was often what diminished the incentive for someone to donate meat they were hunting anyway, if they had to pay for the processing themselves. So as of the 28th, this had been given to the governor, but not yet signed. But we expect it to go into law.
Just a very minor clarification, it was $75 per venison with a maximum of $300 per year tax credits.
The next bill is fishing license fee exemptions for families and individuals who are on assistance programs. This was supported again with no testimony. It died into the original chamber for both sides. And this would have given free fishing licenses to households who had Maryland food assistance programs if they applied for a fishing license. So this one didn't move forward. That ends our supported bills. So are there any questions about the two bills I just talked about?
How much is a fishing license?
I think it's $30.
Yeah, it's like 30.
Let's see what the fiscal note is. I mean, basically under the worst case scenario that they estimated under this bill, with more people taking advantage of it than expected, it was a fiscal note of about $800,000.
I thought it was more of how to execute it. I thought it was more about not the financial, but how to execute it. There was just no capacity.
Yeah, if I recall the hearings I tuned into, the committee seemed supportive, so I don't know what happened after the hearing that made them decide to not push it forward. Okay, so next we have bills that were opposed. There was only one bill this session, and that was the EBT restoration of benefits that would be limited by the state budget. So this, last year, the legislature passed a requirement for DHS to restore stolen benefits. So this was, must, shall type of language. The bill was going to change that to may, and it was dependent on availability of state budget funds. The bill also would have created a work group to identify funding from SNAP or temporary assistance for needy families that could pay for the restoration of benefits. If I remember correctly, the hearing was quite contentious, and something that the committee members really wanted was to try to decrease the amount that benefits are stolen in the first place, which was outside the scope of this bill. So that conversation was put to the side. It ultimately died in the Senate after the cross. Any questions, comments? Okay, so the next category is bills where letters of information were submitted. I just grouped these three bills on one slide because they were all basically the same type of bill. They all had to do with seniors and the SNAP minimum benefit. The very first bill we talked about today was the one that did pass. So these ones were either dead in committee or they got withdrawn by the sponsor. And then the last group is bills where no position was taken. So the first bill is the Coastal Bays Critical Area Protection Program. The House version of this bill passed, and it authorized the adoption of regulations for transferring rights along the Bay Coast, enhancing resilience in critical areas, environmental justice and equity issue language was also put into the bill. And it would establish considerations of equity, climate change, and resiliency as general principles of the Critical Area Commission. So this bill was kind of tangentially related to the work that FSRC does, because it had to do with resilience and it had to do with land. And so no position was ultimately taken because it wasn't very on par with the food, but just so everyone is aware, this one passed. It was an update to the language that governs the Critical Area Commission. So they incorporated language about like climate change and equity, which before was not in their directive. All right, so the next one is fishing and hunting license fee unemployable veterans. So a veteran is determined to be unemployable by the USVA department. And so for any veterans in the state of Maryland who have that designation by the VA, Maryland waives the required fishing and hunting license. So this does kind of beg the question of if this passed, why did the
Veterans good, homeless people bad, yeah.
But that might be something you guys can find out what like conversations happened, why this one went forward and didn't. Maybe next session there could be a way to get the other one forward. Next, we have the anaerobic digestion technology. This was guidance specifically is what the bill was concerned with. So the bill has the Senate version passed. It's awaiting signature, and it requires the Department of Ag to coordinate with stakeholders to ensure that anaerobic digestion projects are appropriately coordinated. So it kind of ties these stakeholders together and keeps them knowledgeable about anaerobic digestion and knowledgeable of the permitting system. And it would also, it does require Department of Ag to create guidance for farmers. I put a little chart of what anaerobic digestion is because I had to spend quite a bit of time learning the science to understand the bill.
I wanted Ben to talk about it.
Yeah. Food goes in, something comes out. Yeah, that's about my extent of the understanding. Yep.
So this one did pass and is awaiting signature. Next up, we have the food desert study. This one was a Senate bill that crossed and died in the House. This requires the Interagency Desert Advisory Committee, which is a pre-existing committee. It is not created by this bill, to conduct a study which would consider available funding sources for fresh food, strategies to attract grocery stores, and to review any existing incentives. This one didn't go through, so there now is no longer a required report on this. FSRC took no position to kind of see where this would go. Next up, we have the beverage container refund litter reduction program. So this was quite a hefty bill. This one had to do with, the ultimate goal is to decrease litter from beverage containers. And so they wanted to do that program where if you return your beverage container, you get your 5 cent, 10 cent, 23 cent deposit, whatever it was. This had quite a varying, it was contentious at the hearings. Like some people really supported it and some people were very against it. So it died in both original chambers. Ultimately, what it would have done is prohibit a producer of these beverages from selling them, offering them for sale, or distributing them without having them be part of the beverage container program. And it also established a grant program from all these funds that are going into it to be used to increase the availability of public water fountains so that people could bring their own reusable water bottle and fill them up in a public place. And it also created an advisory council because it would have been such a widespread and like kind of administratively difficult program. But this one did die and did not pass. Any questions, comments?
Was it primarily industry opposition?
Yeah, and there was concerns by small businesses as well. There was language in the bill that if your footprint, like the square footage of your establishment was small enough, you wouldn't be part of this program. But there was still concern because the bill said you had to keep the bins to put the used bottles in on site. And a lot of businesses didn't want to like have that burden of having the return receptacle on their site.
Excuse me. The bill food desert died in the Senate. Does it mean like there is no chance to resubmit it, or how we
You
plan?
can always resubmit it next year, but if it doesn't pass both chambers by midnight, April 8th, it's dead for the whole session. So you'd have to start the entire process again in January.
Based on their comments, why they didn't pass, or?
You can submit it exactly the same if you want to. Sometimes that happens if like the issue happened to be like funding related and you just needed to wait for funding to become available. I think very often people do make changes hoping that this is the magic change that'll get it to move forward. Yeah, I would say some of the opposition I heard, in addition to kind of like the burden on small businesses, was just doubt about how effective this program would be. Somebody testified that the last time this program was implemented was like in the late 70s, and the states that had it still have it today, but no states have done a recent program like this.
Did they, in the discussion, having analysis of how effective the other states' programs are and challenges?
Yeah, those who are in support of the bill said that it significantly decreases litter, and that's like the main thrust, is that even though no program has been established since the late 70s, the ones that have been there, it's worked out really well for them.
Michigan has this.
Famous Seinfeld episode about Michigan's bottle deposit program, if you haven't seen it. In a scheme to make money by returning bottles and cans to Michigan where you get a 10-cent refund.
And that is why Michigan had to pass a bill to protect themselves because of state, people bringing stuff up from out of state. They had a lot of fraudulence.
It's funny. The scheme in Seinfeld did not work. Spoiler alert.
Was there a possibility, I'm just curious about if it funds water fountains, it suggests that it has a tinge of you shouldn't be drinking packaged drinks anyway. So, but, okay. And I wonder, and it seems like a lot of money for water fountains. I wonder if it was a more universally motivating purpose for the revenue, if it would have had a different outcome.
Yeah, I mean, part of the revenue would go to kind of running the program itself, because all of the site collection facilities, like you need to get the bottles from the site and then take it to the recycling plant. So there is definitely some administrative and like labor costs that are associated with the program, which the fees would pay for, but then it also established this grant program for water fountains. I think, I don't know the writers of the bill, but I think the way the committee reacted to it, they were very happy about the water fountains. So I think it might have been almost like a little bonus to add in there to try to get it to pass.
One last point, I believe this was Delegate Charkoudian's bill.
Okay. I also want to mention on this bill that some of the opposition was because there's some kind of report on recycling for Maryland that is supposed to come out like after this session. And so some of the opposition said, we'll just put this bill off till next year when you hear what that report says, because maybe instead of implementing this beverage container program, we can put more money into recycling. Though that was said by people who are in the recycling industry. But they argue that you should do it for the report. All right, so expansion to the Maryland Food and Agriculture Resiliency Mechanism Grant Program. So this did not become law. There is an existing agricultural resiliency mechanism grant program. This would expand that to include nonprofits on 250 plus acres of land who donate 2 million pounds of food to food banks in Maryland. And it would also establish the Maryland Food and Agriculture Resiliency Operating Fund, which would help fund these practices of growing fresh produce and giving it to Maryland food banks. At the hearing, it turned out this bill was written for a very specific nonprofit in Baltimore County, and so they talked about expanding the bill so that you could be on less than 250 plus acres and donate less than 2 million pounds of food. I don't know what happened behind the scenes because those amendments never came out and it didn't go anywhere. But if this comes back next year and it's broader to include more people, FSRC might be interested in how it goes. Next, we have SNAP for students. This one also died in the original chamber. This was going to require DHS to provide food supplement benefits to students who are Maryland residents, enrolled in an institution of higher education for at least 15 credit hours, whose family contribution is expected to be 0, and who are eligible to participate in a work-study program. And it would require the governor to include in the annual bill an appropriation sufficient to reimburse DHS for the food supplement benefit. So this was SNAP for college-age students.
Not for college-age students, but not for any student.
Yeah, so I wanted to use the word college, I guess, and I said college-age, yeah. Okay, we have the Maryland Agricultural Best Management Practices Stewardship Bill. So this crossed over, the Senate version crossed over and died, and the House version never crossed. This was going to reward best management practices with a grant program. So Department of Ag was going to compile a list of high priority best management practices for farming and agriculture, including, this bill is particularly interested in watershed areas and the health of our waterways. And then people who exhibited these best management practices would be given funding to help them continue the practices. And there was also an education component of encouraging people to know about these practices and develop using them in their own growth.
This was the best in show bill.
Yeah. Yes, they changed the name to best management practice. All right, everyone's favorite, the rooster bill. So this Senate version crossed and then died. It died in the House version, also died in the House. This just prohibited a person from keeping more than 5 roosters per acre or more than 25 roosters total on single property. We were interested in this at first because we thought it had to do with agriculture, but I think it mostly ended up having to do with kind of like cockfighting and preventing that. So it's still haunting us by being on this list.
That rooster specifically.
We will not talk about this next year.
All right, next up, Maryland Climate Education Week. This one died in the Senate. It was a House bill. I was kind of surprised because in the hearing, the committee seemed very supportive of this bill. I suppose it just was not a priority. It would have required the governor to proclaim the first week of April as Maryland Climate Education Week, and it would just urge everyone to be knowledgeable about climate change, best practices for sustainability and resilience, but it got passed over this session. Next up, we have solar energy and energy storage. We talked about this one very briefly. It was a late introduced bill. It died in original chambers. It was quite a hefty bill. It had a lot to do with solar energy, how it all works together, but it would authorize a county to enact local law, creating a conservation and restoration fund for solar energy to incentivize solar energy use. It would also establish a research program to provide recommendations on solar energy development in the state, and would also require the owner or operator of a generating station to plant certain cover crops on their land, and it would have to be part of the vegetation management plan. But this one didn't go anywhere. I do know the Senate bill was Senator Hester. She seemed very passionate about this bill, so I would not be surprised if it comes back next year.
I think it was just a case of there was just too much.
Yeah, and it was like introduced in
too many directions.
Yeah. So I think there wasn't enough time this session to really dig into the meat of what was there, so it was just left on the table. And the last bill is the Frederick Soil Conservation District, which passed in the House, and it just alters the boundary of the Frederick Soil Conservation District to include Pawtucket.
Can I ask a question? Why did you put this bill on this list for this group? Just what was the rationale?
It's like soil, agriculture, food development. It's about as much as I can justify it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so my last slide is just talking about our legislative tracking sheet and how you can download a copy and kind of sort and filter for topics you're interested in. We have the priority tabs, which is every bill I just went over is on the priority tabs, but we also pull every single bill that has pretty much anything to do with farming, food, education around those topics, climate change. And so I think the Frederick County one got pulled in.
We also work constructively with MDM to decide which bills that we're going to review at next week's session, obviously with the chair and co-chair of the committee.
Maybe we're going to jump ahead later and talk more about this, but yeah, I think the conversation with MDA, or at least the environment going forward is probably.
Okay, well, that ends our portion. I just wanted to thank you all for being such good listeners, especially those who tune in to me talking every Monday about these bills. As Ben said, I will very likely not be returning next year, so it's been a pleasure, and thank you all.
And I would say, I was actually at a meeting last week with several, probably about 10 different organizations that work with food pantries and whatever. And one woman brought up and said, I really wish I could follow the legislative session, you know, I'm doing this as here. And I'm like, oh, I know how you can. And actually sent her the tracking sheet, and she's like, this is wonderful. I want to share it. So it really gets used much farther than the people at this table.
That's great. That's great to know, because it takes a couple hours every week.
Especially the end of session where there's updates every hour.
Much appreciated.
So we had planned to talk about the statute for the FSRC and the bylaws of the council, which have not been adopted yet formally by the council. Would people like to take a short break? We have some options. We could take a short break first and then come back to it and then have a shorter lunch, like an early lunch, or we could just get into it now.
Who's hungry?
Or
get it done.
Yeah,
let's get it done.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so has everyone been able to access the statute online? I sent it in a link yesterday. Yeah. And a PDF of the draft bylaws that we have, and it's a draft because it hasn't been adopted. And I'm going to be turning to Brittany and maybe Anna to help me struggle through this if they know some information about how the bylaws are developed. I don't.
Message came from you personally?
Yeah, I didn't see that. I just looked up your name.
FSRC email address, which is surprised the same person.
I'm sorry, who did it come from?
The FSRC, what,
mdfsrc.mden.
mail.
It would have come at 7:16 last night.
Yes.
7:16 last week.
When I got the
I didn't, that got it. No, I didn't get it. Last night, last night.
But it's not, you don't have to have seen it. I just want you to have access to it, because we're gonna talk about it right now.
NFL, full disclosure, the bylaws were sent out like in the fall of 2023, a while ago. So these are not the first time that they've been sent out and asked for comments. This is just more of a review and/or do you agree and have additional comments on the bylaws so that we can draft them and you can vote on them.
Shall we move ahead?
Yeah. Oh, wait, sorry, it's 7:16. If you guys.
It was last evening, yeah. When
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them that are title bylaws. There are four, but only one of them is actual bylaws. There's the emails, we're getting a bunch of emails from you guys, but there's like a lot more of the presentations.
And you were on the group that had provided comment through, so you might have a lot of than other people.
Okay, all right.
So because it was sent by you, maybe that's what you'll search on, like it was sent by you, even though it was under that title, you know how like you can send by.
No, I definitely didn't get it.
Okay, I will address that. Would you like me to send it at this moment?
I'll do.
Okay. Thank you. Brittany is going to.
Are you resending it right now?
I am.
Okay.
But it's up here. It's on the screen as well. And it's also visible on the WebEx if you log into the WebEx.
Presentations of that.
I'm looking at my stuff.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, so as you may remember, you all know the vision for this council is to shape a resilient, sustainable, collaborative, and equitable food system for all Maryland communities. And that's what you all have been working on over the past 2 years now. And so I just wanted to highlight some key points from this and then open it up to any discussion or questions. So the goals behind the statute are to address food insecurity in the state of Maryland resulting from COVID-19 and the economic crisis, to develop equity and sustainability policy recommendations for long-term resiliency in the food system, expanding the impact of existing food council stakeholder organizations, and developing a strategic plan to increase the production and procurement of Maryland certified food. So those are the 4 goals that were outlined for the purpose of this council. So I'm going to run through who the members are that were outlined in the statute. And I'm sorry if this is very familiar to everybody, but I forgot to say that the bylaws are essentially the exact same text as the statute, and I will point out where it differs. Okay. So the members include 2 members of the Maryland legislature, including Senator Hester and Delegate Shafoudian, secretaries of state, emergency management, human services, agriculture, and commerce, or their designees. Representatives from key food system stakeholders, including the Maryland Farm Bureau, Maryland Agriculture and Resource-Based Industry Development Corporation, and University of Maryland College of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Do we all know who those people are? Mm-hmm. Do we want people to self-identify? Okay.
Can I ask, is Mike Schaffel, who represents Farm Bureau, is he on the call today?
Yes.
Okay, I'm here. Hey, Mike. Hey.
Listening too.
May I take a minute? Could you go back to this? Somewhere under this category, I think we have 2 land-grant universities in the state, College Park and Eastern Shore.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier. So actually that comes up in this next slide.
My point was, sorry for interruption, my point was like, if there is no limit of the members, then it would be great to include the dean of 89 land-grant universities as well, or his or her designee under this number 3 somewhere.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
So this is all a statute that was passed by the Maryland General Assembly. And so I don't think we as a council have the ability to change the appointments in this conversation. But thank you for suggesting that. We have 5 representatives of 5 different food council organizations, 1 representative of UMD Extension, 1 from UMD Eastern Shore Small Farm Program, 1 representative from the Erie RQ Center for Agroecology, 1 from the public school system in the state, who has experience in food security and local food procurement, 1 representative from a statewide food security advocacy organization, 1 farmer who we have not appointed, there's a vacancy there, as well as 1 representative from the seafood industry. Those are in red because those are our vacancies right now. 1 owner of food business in the state, 1 expert in food system policies, 1 expert on racial equity in the food system, 1 expert on food system impacts on climate and the environment, 1 expert on food nutrition and public health, and any other individual that the secretary deems appropriate. Does anyone have any questions about that?
Please.
Sure. Could, in terms of the farmer and the seafood industry representative, could NDA send some recommendations?
We've already reached out to the secretary for that.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark's going to read it.
Yes.
Did you say you submitted a recommendation?
We've asked,
We asked Secretary Addicts for recommendations if he had any, yes, we did.
You haven't received it? Have you received that recommendation?
I've spoken with him tentatively, so I have no final.
Okay, so you don't have any yet?
No, I don't have any finalized names to give you, no.
Ms. Lafayette, sorry, if you mentioned like we cannot change because this is passed. But still I see like 4C, there, one representative of the University of Maryland Students for Small Farm Program. You know, under extension, there are several activities or components, like not only the small farm, there are horticulture, climate smart, forest, so on and so forth. So instead of specifying a small farm program, that should have been in University of Maryland Students for Extension.
This is in the statute.
Yeah, I can't, so none of the language that's being presented at this time can be changed. It's in statute, it's part of the bill that established this group. So we can't change the language.
I'll let you know when we get to the part that we.
Yeah, we'll tell you what we can change right now, but we can't change this right now. Maybe next session if there's a recommendation from the group.
And I was just point out, go back down, any other individual that the secretary deems appropriate. So there are, and I think we'll talk about numbers and, you know, because any other individual could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or just one.
How big do you want this group to be?
Huh?
Members, how big do you want the group to be? 32 members, so it has to, want to keep that in consideration as well.
So two things really quickly. There are members who were added by the secretary at the secretary's discretion who are members of the council.
Right.
Second, one of the things we've been really clear about is avoiding any conflict of interest. We've had training about this. We've had conversations about this so that people aren't on the organization, on the council advocating for things they should not be advocating for. And I just want to continue to have conversations that we want to make sure we avoid both the appearance and actual conflicts of interest.
Thank you for saying that. And we did have the ethics advisors speak to the group in January, I believe, and we'll do that every year, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, okay. So the secretary will ensure that all 5 geographic areas in the state are represented by the appointed members. A member's appointed term is for 3 years, and they cannot serve more than 2 consecutive terms. At the end of a member's term, they will continue to serve until their successor is appointed and qualifies. And the secretary shall appoint the successor in the event of a vacancy on the council. Any questions there? Okay. Okay. So, keep going. I just highlighted that members cannot receive any compensation for being a member of the council, but you are entitled to reimbursement for your travel, which we are going to discuss today. Okay, and now we're getting to the part that is not in the statute, but this is from the Open Meetings Act. Is everyone familiar with the Open Meetings Act? Yes?
Could you briefly explain?
So as a public body, this group is required to share any decisions that they make through voting with the public. So that is why this meeting is being recorded and will be posted to the FSRC website, the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. It's for transparency with the public. So we're required to post agendas for all meetings in advance of the meeting. We're required to share an opportunity with the public to attend virtually and witness themselves what is discussed unless there is an official movement to have a closed meeting, and there are specific guidelines for what you can and cannot close a meeting for. And then after this meeting, we're going to post the recording and minutes, like notes from the meeting to describe what was discussed and share any measures that the group votes on. I'll share the details.
Yeah, thank you.
Quorum, 51% of the voting members have to be present for a vote to be taken. We have quorum today. And if you're not going to attend, it does specify, this is not in the statute, but in the bylaws, it specifies that you should assign a designee to take your place so that quorum can be reached and voting can happen. So that person, if you assign them as your designee and notify us in advance that they're your designee, they can vote on your behalf.
And that would be specifically for meetings such as this one, or when we're coming into the report and some of you are busy and cannot make it, but you have a staffer that you can send in your place who has your vote and what you want to say. You can certainly just, and it has been done in the past, but just send Annika an email like, hey, I'm sending such and such. We keep it as record and make sure we document that they are in the meeting on your behalf and will vote on your behalf. So.
And if you have a conflict of interest, please let us know that you won't be attending and it will not impact quorum in a negative way if you don't attend. So, okay, we're back in the language that is in the statute. These are your duties: to address food insecurity, coordinating state and local level food security services, tracking and analyzing data to create a comprehensive map of food insecurity across the state, leveraging federal and private sector grants and other resources to address food insecurity, advising the state on how best to allocate resources and increase efficiency, exploring the role and potential for the federal community eligibility provision to ensure all state students in state are fed, and making recommendations to the Maryland State Department of Education and the Maryland General Assembly. These are more duties. So to develop and publish a report for November 2021 on equity and sustainability policy recommendations. We did that already, right? To expand the impact of existing food council organizations, to develop a strategic plan to increase the production and procurement of Maryland certified food. So these are things that you've already accomplished and continue to work towards. So you also are working with collaborators, stakeholders, and involving the Maryland community in addressing these goals. You had to submit another report in 2022, and you did so again in 2023 on the same matters. But I will highlight at the bottom that the statute has changed as of November 2023. This is the end of the timeline that was issued to you. So each year after 2023, you're required to submit a report to the Maryland General Assembly on any key findings and activities undertaken by the council, but they're not as explicit about what recommendations or criteria you need to include in that report. Am I correct? That's correct. Okay. Does anyone have any questions about that highlighted part? Okay, here's the section on committees. Does everyone know how to become a voting member of a committee? There's a Google form that you have to fill out to be a voting member of a committee. And if you do not have that, I can share that with you. So, is it recirculated annually?
The committee to sign up for membership. So I have not. I think I created it last year, so it's been about a year since it was circulated. We can recirculate it that annually if that's wanted. But yeah.
I think didn't we just put it out in January again? We did it before legislative session, so we could reconfirm.
I think I may have circulated it twice, but yeah.
Can one be a voting member for all three committees?
Yes, and you can change your status whenever. If you just want to participate, you can say you want to, it just needs to be in a documented way so that we can keep track of who is a voting member of each committee for quorum purposes. So, yes.
So what's really important about that though is is that if you are a voting member, you count towards quorum, which means the body can't do anything unless there's a quorum present. You can attend all the meetings you want without being a voting member. If you are planning to be active and participatory in every meeting, go ahead and sign up as a voting member. If you think you're just going to kind of tune in as your schedule allows, which is we're all very busy, this is an extra duty as a sign, we fully understand that. I would encourage you not to sign up as a voting member so that the body doesn't get stalled because they can't vote because there aren't enough voting members.
And
so just encourage you all to be thoughtful about which ones you sign up for as a voting member and which ones you just kind of have on your calendar and tune in when you're able.
And there is still option for designee as well, if you cannot come to a committee meeting. So you can assign a designee if you cannot attend a committee meeting. So if you're a voting member and your committee is voting on a recommendation, or if you're in CNC, you're voting on taking a position on a particular bill, then you can send your designee with all of your asks and your vote. But you just need to let us know so we count them towards quorum before the meeting.
Is voting always in person or?
Voting is virtual.
Okay.
So really quickly, all of the committee chairs are always looking for more members. So if you're interested, you should talk to a chair and say, hey, I'm interested in being on the committee. They can give you information. They would love to have additional folks. And I want to second what Brittany said about having designees, because sometimes something will happen and you can't be there. And if Michael J. Wilson can't be there, maybe he designates J.D. Robinson of Maryland Hunger Solutions to be my designee that day. Please utilize that, because we all know that all of you are very busy, and this is the volunteer thing you do outside of your regular 40 to 50 hours of work. So we want to make sure this can be effective.
Go ahead, I'll go after you.
I was just gonna say, and the meetings are public, right? So even if somebody is not a member, it's still, I think, good to encourage colleagues and, from your organization or the community to also join and participate, because I think that's a part of the benefit of transparency. And just clarifying, because the voting question that came up, it is in the meeting though. It's not like the voting doesn't happen outside the meeting.
Correct.
Sorry.
Just to, we've had this situation a lot with the Environment Protection Committee, somewhat with the Communications Committee, where you need that subject matter expertise, from somebody at MBA, somebody at the university, whatever. And those people are not going to sit in, like, I'm thinking of the soil health expert at MBA. She's not going to be able to sit in every meeting of the Environment Protection or come to every meeting of the Communications Coordination. So, that's one of the things I'm trying to get my head around is how do we bring in those subject matter experts when we need them, but not obligate them to be in every meeting all the time.
Well, I think you've done that when, requesting for speakers to come in and brief out to the group. The committees, to my knowledge, were created by this council because you wanted that subject matter expertise, engagement, as well as with the public. Am I right? That's the reason why we have those 3 different committees that are focusing on those specific areas. And so that's what we have done, unless you're asking something additional beyond a speaker or us reaching out on the back end via email or what have you on whatever questions you may have.
Dr. Wilson, I'll comment on this. I think it's 3 committees, but I don't think we should think of the 3 committees as 1, 2, and 3, because there's not. There's really 2 committees that develop recommendations normally. Production and access, and then environment production, what do we call it? Environment production and distribution access, excuse me. So there's 2 committees that really develop the recommendations that go into the reports, right? And usually the subject matter experts, if you're distribution access or environment production, you go into one of those committees. Then we have a 3rd committee, in my mind, communication and coordination. They're the ones that vote on what we support. that go to the legislation. And I think what's happening sometimes is we have people that pick a committee. So let's say you pick an environment and production, and you go to that, you vote on these recommendations to go into the report, but then you're not also on the other committee or vice versa. And there are some people like Steve, Nancy, and I, for example, that are on both environment and production and communication coordination. So we can, are you on communication coordination? Nancy? Yeah. So there are, I don't want to expect, so there are some that are on both, so we can give some of that perspective, but I think part of the challenge is that it's two different, really it's like one is voting on recommendations, another's voting on what we support. And I think there's not always the same people, because it's a lot of meetings to be at both places. And so we don't always have the subject matter experts being at the one to vote on whether we're supporting it.
Yeah, we had, breakdowns in the late this year. It's the obvious example where the environment production were for recommendation. It became part of the bill, which we should have supported, which we did. And so
I wonder if we could flip that statement and also say that when recommendations are created, that not all the subject matter experts are in the room. And so I think that's what happened in this case, where we have subject matter experts in specific areas of the food system by design. And then when those recommendations or when action needs to be taken, it's looked at by a broader representative of folks from different parts of the food system before the recommendation is taken or before we move forward. But I think, I'm not sure at what point maybe the committee updates, but Heather, Ann, and I from the CNC committee have reached out to MDEF folks about some key questions that we have about that process and how we can think strategically about how to move it into something that feels better, because I think each year we're getting better. And so how can we take a lead from this year and do it better for next year, especially with that specific piece where we are, providing testimony specifically supporting.
So I'm going to remind us what Russ said yesterday, that we're an advisory group. We're not legislators. We're really not writing laws. We're not administrators. We don't administrate. All the agencies deal with their internal administration. They're an advisory group. So I want us to keep focused on that, because I think the subject matter expertise that all of us have is valuable, but we're not going to make a determination for the state of Maryland. We can offer our advice and our counsel, and that's what we will do. I don't want to overstate that.
And it's hard to see on this slide, but I wanted to show you that this section here, from members of the committee, is limited and down. That's written into the bylaw. It's not part of the statute. But you can see that there actually was not much language added to this text from the statute. The bylaws are very, very close. There's one more slide about this, which is the administration piece. The Maryland Department of Emergency Management shall provide administrative duties, including coordinating council meetings and reports, subject to statute funding and availability. Assisting and coordinating projects recommended by the council, subject to statute funding and availability. So that is me, and I will be providing those services for you. I know less about the University of Maryland part. They shall provide agricultural expertise and legislative assistance when requested by the council. This is part of the statute, but this is the last slide for our bylaws and then lunch break. Does anyone want to?
I have just a observation, I guess, those. I think it's hard to have conversations about process, but I also think it's super important, and that's where our work as a unique body and as a council really happens. And so I kind of was reflecting on this with Michelle that we
me as the Montgomery County Food Council, I as just a person had all of these similar conversations with our own. I think it's, at least in my experience so far, part of the natural progress of figuring out how you bring together a wide variety of people and perspectives who are super passionate about what we do, which is why we're here, but find a way for all of us to work together that we all kind of collectively agree is clear and also fair. And so, you know, I think that is what the three of us were hoping we could have conversations about, because it, I think we all collectively have the same vision of the future and what we're seeking to achieve together, but the path that we're going to take to pursue that is not clear. And so we just kind of have to sit in that and work through it together and until we figure it out. And I just appreciate the kind of framing of what we're legally required to do together, so that we can figure out, you know, what the actual functions are, so that we can do this work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Yeah, so as leading off of that, we were hoping to have this conversation to establish what is legally required, but also acknowledge that there is a transition in the statute in moving forward for the council. So we're hoping to give you some time to process what we just discussed, and after lunch, we're really going to talk about those next steps for the council and also hear from Mike Kinson and Summer Monofino.
Can I just talk for a couple of minutes about agriculture in Maryland? Would that be okay? It's just that I'm just sort of process what we heard yesterday and what we've been through this year. And because there's probably less than 5 people in this room that have a pretty good understanding of the 97% of agricultural production versus the 3% that we talk about a lot. Would that be okay now, or should I do that?
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great.
I think you're gonna keep us from lunch.
I was gonna say, I mean, I think that's probably a good thing to discuss in a one-on-one session. Makes sense. So a good way to start.
So if you may recall, last week and earlier this week, I sent you a form that you were welcome to fill out to share your thoughts on what you'd like to discuss this afternoon. We could get some responses. And we are going to be discussing those general themes that the council expressed an interest in exploring further. And hopefully hearing from those who did not fill out the form.
Say that may tie into that conversation after lunch. Yes.
Sorry, thank you.
Dinner's, I mean, lunch is behind you. I wish it was dinner. Lunch is behind you. Absolutely, Secretary Lopez.
Any bylaws, I've learned one thing over my life, which is that nothing has to remain as it is. So keep it simple. There are too many damn committees in Maryland. We don't need more committees, we don't need more subcommittees. Add value wherever you need to do your work. If you don't like it, change it, propose a law for the next session.
I feel like that's like a triple stack.
How hot it is right now. But ideally, it's a good,
Hey everyone online, we're getting started again. Teresa let us know that she was still having a hard time, they're still having a hard time hearing us. And we're just gonna have to make sure that we enunciate, but I could also move when discussion actually happens and people can sit closer to the.
Are these, so it's one, this one's here, that one's there, is there, and the third one there? Are those like 3 mics?
So like the 3 loudest people are right by a mic.
I already project.
Need to mix up.
Would you guys? I'm gonna like.
Screw you calling loud.
Okay, so to get started, I just wanted to formally introduce you to our Chief of the Maryland Office of Resilience, Mike Hinton, who you already know, and Summer Malvino, who's the Deputy Chief Resilience Officer. Sorry. And we also have Joy Weddington not with us, who is going to be the resilience manager with our office. And so I just wanted to give them an opportunity to tell you a little bit about this office's work and how it came into being and what that means for the council moving forward.
Sure, thanks. Well, first of all, thanks for giving me a minute to speak. I know I've met some of you over the course of the past few months since I've been here since about November. But I want to take a minute just to kind of review our office, and obviously we've been talking about this transition from the way things are currently with Brittany and Anna moving over to our office with Annika and myself and Summer and Joy as well. So I just want to talk you all through that to kind of fill you in on what that means for us and for you all as we go forward. As Annika mentioned, I'm Mike Hinson. I'm the Chief Resilience Officer for the state. Our office got brought into creation about 2 years ago. But you know, as it is with government, it takes a little while to actually get funding and get people hired and get people on board. So we are at that point now. We are fully staffed, which is a feat in its own right. And we are ready to transition this group over, and we'll talk about what that means for all of us. So with that, you have Annika, who's going to be your main point of contact as we move forward. And she's already kind of working with Brittany here through today. And from this point forward, she will be your #1 stop. You have Summer and myself will kind of be in and out as we move forward. You know, basically, if you have one of us, you have either of us at any point. So just be aware of that. And we'll make sure that we take on some of the role that Anna does around policy, reaching out to other subject matter experts, reaching across agencies, whatever we need to do. You know, we'll handle more of that role as we go forward. So with that, there is a benefit to this group, which is a couple benefits actually I just want to talk about real quick. One of which is that we do have more staff. You had a part of Brittany, and as amazing as Brittany is, and we all know how amazing Brittany is, she loves compliments in case anybody didn't know that. But you know, you have a part of Brittany and a small part of Anna. So moving forward, you do have Annika in total. And then you also have the ability, if there are needs that go beyond Annika, we can see how they match into the priorities of our office, and we have theoretically 3 more people to support. So there is actually the ability to really step up the level of our support if there's an identified need for that, which was not necessarily present previously, as this was, you know, additional duties as assigned for those involved on our side. But now it is literally someone's MS-22, their job description, and we have more people to assist, which is a bonus. One more additional bonus I want to talk about before I hand it over to Summer is the fact that we are, one of our main charges is to create 2 things, one of which is a statewide resilience strategy, the other one of which is a statewide data repository, really dealing with resilience. So the statewide strategy, we're going to be able to hear everything that you all have. You're doing your recommendations already. Those things can theoretically make their way into the broader statewide resilience strategy. It's another way to support the ideas and recommendations that you're pushing forward here. The more places we get them out organically in nature, the better chance there is that they're going to have broader support. The other thing is with that, we're going to be able to hopefully find, like you're already finding intersectionality with other sectors and other state agencies. We're going to be able to hopefully really plus that up even more and help make those connections even greater, and hopefully, once again, get more support, more advocacy for recommendations that you all find are key recommendations. And to have you all as an integral part when we make that statewide strategy, you all will be members who are participating in that process, having some representation there, since obviously this is a hazard. That being said, we are responsible for all hazards in the state of Maryland, not just food systems that we have to deal with all the climate change issues, cybersecurity, a lot of things. So will be some of the issues that you all are weighing here internal to food systems will have to be weighing across different sectors. So I just ask you to bear with us and understand that we have a charge to deal with all hazards in the state of Maryland. With that, I will wrap it up and pass it over to Summer. She'll talk to you a little bit more.
Well, first of all, it's just so great to be here and meet all of you and hear some of your perspectives in person after getting some of the download from Brittany, reading through some of what you put together in the past. It really comes to life when I get to see the dialogue that you all have with each other. What I want to talk about is the things that we need from you in order to be able to really support this group well going forward and make this a great and seamless, hopefully, transition. So one of them I know Michael J. was talking about and has been a focus for this meeting yesterday and today, which is just kind of an understanding, a common understanding of the charge of this group as an advisory body. And I think we've covered that a lot, so I don't think we need to get into it more, but that's one piece. The other one, which we're about to get into a conversation about in a little bit, is an understanding of what the group's priorities and focus areas are for this next year as we kind of wrap up the annual report that's coming up and think ahead to the next year of work. This group is really strong because of the fact that it has so much expertise and participation across sectors, but that also means it'll be really important for us to pick what are the areas we want to focus on this year and drive forward as much as we can, because we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And so I think coming up with some of those priorities as a group and really hearing out, what different folks think in this room will be critical to help us focus these conversations for the future, and also for us to just make sure we're using your time well, so that we can say, okay, here are the 3 top themes. This is where we really need to focus on subject matter experts. Let's make sure we set up the meetings so they can be there. All of the good things we've talked about process-wise. So we'll have a conversation around that. And then the final piece that I think will be really important for us. Actually, do you remember what the third piece was?
What's it? Third piece would be.
The second piece is the most exciting. Just hear what you want to do. We can help you do it.
Oh, changes to the group's way of operating.
Oh, okay. This is another actually really big and exciting one, which is that with the fact that we have a transition with our office now taking over and leading the group, it means it's a really great moment to think about changes. And I think the secretary was talking earlier about how, just because we've done things one way before doesn't mean we have to do them that way. Obviously, when you're talking about statute, that's more complicated, but just in terms of the way that we operate, there are some things that we do have real way to change and improve and make better. So we want to hear from you what's working, what do you want to see more of, what are some things we should take an opportunity to change, or at least discuss potential process changes for. And I think Heather made a great point about that earlier. And then, anything else maybe that it's felt like we haven't had the time to focus on in this group and really dedicate resources to. What can we do to use your time well, so that every time you come to one of these meetings, it feels like it was a good, productive use of time to move something forward. So we have some time to talk through all of that in more detail, but that's just kind of the basics of what we need from you and what we hope to facilitate you all.
Yeah, just one last thing. While Annika is the first stop, always and forever, it doesn't mean that any of you can't. Feel free to reach out to Summer or myself. Just Mike.Hinson, Summer.Malafino at maryland.gov. Don't hesitate. If there's something directly you'd like to ask us or just looking for feedback on something, we are here to help you be successful. If you're successful, we're successful. So thanks, everybody. We'll pass it to Annika.
This is actually the statute for the Office of Resilience, but I wanted to put it up there so to make it clear that there's quite a bit of overlap in the statute between the FSRC and the Office of Resilience. So I think it's an exciting opportunity to work together and hear some hear some expertise from them as well when it comes up. Okay, we're gonna have our next steps conversation now. I'm basing this on the feedback that I have received in my very short time working with you all, and I really want to hear from those who have an opportunity to submit their thoughts to that survey or email me or tweet me. So I asked everyone what their motivation and inspiration was for being an FSRC member, the opportunity to engage and learn from experts in agriculture, food systems management, and strategic planning, collaborative problem solving, learning, and network building, colleagues from across the state, diversity of the food system. I asked which statute goals you all would like to work toward, and develop a strategic plan to increase the production and procurement of Maryland certified food was received the most votes. Develop equity and sustainability policy recommendations to increase the long-term resilience food system was next, and the third was address the food insecurity crisis in the state of Maryland. I asked which of the recommendations from the 2023 report the group would like to continue. Oh, I'm sorry. I asked which activity was the most impactful that you all do as a council. Reviewing and recommending legislation to the Maryland General Assembly and developing guidelines for food systems risk and emergency preparedness were the top. Hearing from subject matter experts regarding food systems research, data, and innovation was next. Meeting with community organizations, engaging with Maryland's farm and food operations, food platform tours, and submitting testimony to the Maryland General Assembly. So these were the ones that, from the survey, were indicated as the most important, most impactful from their perspective.
Annika,
Yes.
just quick clarification. Is it 1, 2, there are only 4 people that filled it out, or what is
No,
that?
there are 8 people who filled it out. Those were votes. It was a check all, and it was check which ones we would like to indicate are the most impactful, and this is representing all of the checks that were.
So 8 people filled it out, and how many people are total on the council?
30. So that's why I've said several times now, I'd like to hear from other people.
Yeah.
What they would like to share.
So really quickly, the top one and the bottom one are literally the same.
I took notes, I think they're a little different.
Okay.
So making testimony is not the same as making a recommendation, in my mind, but you're more of a legal expert for that.
Pretend to be.
If you want to.
I was just gonna say, I think like, I took the bottom one as specific action of submitting testimony, and the other one was more engagement with policy making. Like one might be a subset of the other one, but that was what I took. But I think it's fascinating, right?
Okay, thank you, that is how I intended it, I'm sorry for the confusion. Okay, and these are the report recommendations, sorry, from 2023 that were indicated as ones that you all would like to revisit, perhaps in conversation. And you know what they are, so I won't read them out loud to you. And what would you like to see the FSRC accomplish following the 2024 report? So after you submit the 2024 report, what would you like to see? Conversation on digital agriculture, e-agriculture, and climate smart farming. Trying to move the ball forward on 2023 report items that remain unaddressed. Funding advocacy for the Maryland Farms and Families Fund. Strategic results and improved outcomes for Maryland's food systems reflective and coordinated action. Developing a baseline perspective on what is needed for our food systems to be more accessible, equitable, and resilient. And from there, a strategic roadmap of activities that address weaknesses in the food system. And a compendium of organizations in the food system. That was what was shared. And here are some more feedback that I received through the conversations I've had with people. Things that you're interested in. Anyway, I put this into a graphic for us all to look at to kind of get a sense of like what some of the general themes I've taken away from the emails and survey months we didn't need, and this is by no means like, this is a draft, like a working draft. I just wanted to put out there for you some things to look at and hopefully spark a conversation from here.
You mind showing us the slide before for just a minute? Yeah.
Would anyone else revisit? I know I just kind of blasted through it, because I wanted to give you a full like scope of what conversations we could have.
I'll say one thing is, so there is the, we submit a report and then we are submitting, testimony sometimes, sometimes not. That's kind of what we do. And I actually really liked the fact that you talked about being an information hub and a data hub, because when we go back to our very first report, our very first recommendation was like mapping needs of the food system, right? That was the very first thing we said we needed. A lot of us, including my own organization, Meg at MDE, we have maps on food justice. We have maps on food system, in Johns Hopkins. We have all of these things, but they're not coordinated for the questions that we want. And so part of, I'm wondering, we're very focused on the testimony, but isn't advising the legislator is also providing information to them to make better decisions about where there's things at different agencies and different places that are not overlapping properly, and we identify those holes and we either say we need legislation to fix it or we just fix it. And I think for us to fix it, though, we need the coordination, which we may have now with staff members, but there's certain things that can't we just check the box off and provide that information that would go into the information hub that the Office of Resiliency now wants to house.
So I'll just say I'm data mining things, and Meg, maybe you'll feed into this a little bit more. And I definitely know Montgomery County can too. There's so much data out there, and so much of it might be out of date at any given time. So it's a lot of snapshots. And so while there is a lot of folding materials that can flow into it, and I also know relative to the Department of Agriculture, there's a lot of proprietary things relative to farms. And that is part of the overall review of a statewide plan. It's just being cognizant that not all the data can feed together because of those limitations, right? So if I put forth something from 2015, how relevant is it today, right? And so the manpower associated with maintenance and also re-surveying, reapplication does take a bit of a stretch for the agencies, all the agencies as a whole, right? Like that's a big hurdle. So it's just something to consider, right?
Yeah, I think that's where we made the recommendation, and then the implementation got tricky, and that's where we stopped because we were making a recommendation. So Dr. Lansing's question is, I think, a really important one is that, does this group feel like that's enough? Because we made a recommendation, and some of it, there was a piece of legislation that went through to do a food desert map, which is not at all what the statute of this council is asking for. So, there are limitations, and we can work past them, and we can keep an eye on keeping data as current as possible. I mean, the statute asks for a map, and so, I agree. I think we should just talk about that, because that is something that is that something now that with the staff resources of the Office of Resiliency that we can move forward, or could we do it as could we partner amongst ourselves and do something that is working toward that? So. This is sort of the process for decision making, and what's the role of this council. I think it's all wrapped up there.
If I could step in for a comment on that real quick. As far as the staffing of the Office of Resilience, as far as the staffing of the Office of Resilience, I want to be clear that yes, we're here to support as needed and available. So you definitely have Annika, but Annika has full job description written out that does not include these duties. And I'm not saying that there's not going to be times when system support trying to make these things happen, but I would rely on the current staffing level as they sit, especially considering we're literally starting every other project through at the exact same time. We will not be around the building are full-rate products. That being said, to your point initially, Dr. Lansing, I think that there is an opportunity here where there's crossover, where you can ask for, make a recommendation that there is a need for this product, which sounds like there has been a recommendation, and maybe there is an opportunity to work with legislators. The legislator would take on the thought of actually staffing something of that nature, or bio budget or something of that nature. That's a separate conversation I think we could probably have. If that's a priority of this group, I think it's a conversation we can take forward with our legislative and she can talk to the legislative folks involved and see if maybe that's something that they're willing to take on.
I think, just to respond to that, I think it's a different, I think my ask is a little different than that. So my ask is more like, okay, let's say we want to do a map. Let's say I can hire an intern for the summer to do that, right? And I can work with Meg, work with Shannon, work with John Hopkins, or Nancy could hire an intern, and we could do some of this work but the council's saying, yes, if we do this, then, it would go, there would be a place for it to go, and it would have the input of other people on the council. It's not just me from the university calling up Meg and being like, hey, can I have your stuff? Versus me from the Food System Resiliency Council calling Meg and saying, hey, we're gonna work together on this. This is something we're gonna do. We're gonna have meetings together that are gonna be coordinated by staff. And then we're gonna find an appropriate person to do it, knowing that it's not the staff roles to do it. But we're gonna coordinate the space. If there's certain things that we feel are missing, and we're gonna coordinate the space for those to get done, but it would get done, I would think, by someone else than you. It's just the coordination of as a group, identifying what our missing needs are, coordinating that conversation. And then once we identify these missing needs, coordinating the work to get done to provide the information that was in the statute, as well as the information that we've identified that's missing in the food system for the legislators to make decisions.
I'm going to interrupt for a second. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop sharing because I think Delegate Sharkey would like to weigh in online.
Sorry, did you say my name?
We can hear you, Lori.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, as you probably know, there's a bit of an echo, so I think I'm following the conversation there. But I'm sorry I'm not with you both, because I'd love to be looking at you, but also because I'd love to be looking out that window. Yeah, I just wanted to throw in a perspective that may be helpful in thinking about the legislative side of things. I think that so this is not directly related to the maps, but it's more related to some of the earlier conversation about whether there was a difference in sort of making recommendations to the legislature, weighing in on legislation, testifying on legislation. And I think that what I want to offer is, I think that the thing that this body can do that is most helpful is to actually build consensus early in the process around a piece of legislation. And I think that the greatest impact are on those pieces of legislation that have problems in them, where different parts of the Food System Resiliency Council don't necessarily agree 100% up front. And what I mean by that is, I think, there's a lot of people who weigh in on legislation, and I think that, this is sort of no disrespect to the Food System Resiliency Council, but it's probably not this body that's going to push a bill over the finish line, right? So if a bill's going to move because it's got a lot of support, because it's going to feed, breakfast for our kids, whether this body weighs in or not on that is not going to really make a difference in it passing. And that's, again, like, with all due respect for everyone on this council, it just isn't what's going to make the difference. But what could make a difference, and I'm going to try to avoid talking about specific pieces of legislation, but if people need me to give the examples, I will, is I think there's bills where, I spend a lot of time, I sometimes come in with bills that are absolutely controversial, but I also come in with bills that could be controversial, but are not, because I've spent the time building the consensus amongst the folks who would weigh in. And And when a bill comes in, and I know a lot of you know this, but I can't reinforce this enough. When a bill comes in with no opposition, with a coalition like the folks we have in this body here, it is way more likely to pass. And so I think that if we spent our time from earlier on, like from, August, from July, addressing and resolving conflicts that may exist around particular pieces of legislation and building that consensus, that would actually make a bill pass that would not have otherwise passed. And we might do that for fewer bills and ultimately weigh in on fewer bills. But it would actually be the thing. It would mean that we would be making the difference. This body would be making the difference between a bill moving forward or not. And I do need to say, and thank you, Kevin, for the props, because now I'm about to talk about state agencies. So let's see if you still agree with me on this. I need to say that what that requires is that state agencies have to be able to be in a position where can engage around what they would support or not. Like, one of the problems I think we've had in the past is we've had the agencies who we need to have on board in conversations in this body saying, once this body has a proposal in October or November, we'll be able to tell you if we support it or not. That's not helpful, because that means we can't build consensus around whatever the needs of that agency is. So for this to work, if the body decides to go in this direction, to say we're going to pick 3 or 4 key areas that are hard issues and we're going to build the consensus, we're going to be the ones who build the consensus so that the bill passes, it does require that agencies be authorized to be able to say what their position is or isn't. It won't work if any agency says, come up, share the proposal with us and we'll tell you in November if we like it or not. So having said that, I think that the work is way more powerful and will actually be, our work can be the difference of a bill passing or not if we focus on the consensus building rather than if we focus on voting yes or no once we know about bills in November.
Thank you, Delegate Director Dan. Anyone want to follow up?
Just got a report from you were all.
You got a separate report from online?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would only make 2 comments about both earlier discussions. You said it was part of another collaborative, and when we were talking about how to do this repository of information, it's been really interesting within that group, and they are very diverse, to identify the priorities. And it may be we as a cooperative can't do it, but somebody, an organization within that cooperative said, we can do it, or 2 of the groups have said, we can do it, and we'll get outside funding. The Office of Resilience. And there's these successes with some of these projects have really built a stronger collaborative in some cases, because it's also built that working relationship and trust. So that would be one thing I'd say. The other thing, when you talk about the legislature, how many people in the legislature even know who we are? So is there an educational step that the council needs to take first? This is a group of, again, diverse entities working together on food resiliency. I mean, I think oftentimes we get caught in our own thoughts, and we tend to forget that others don't know who we are. So I would say that could be a priority. How do we educate individual members within the General Assembly, or even your local officials, of who we are?
I'll just share that I appreciate the perspective of, are we proactive or reactive? And one of the unique aspects of this group is that we do bring together a wide variety of perspectives. And we were just talking at lunch of do we only vote on the things that are directly tied to our individual expertise that we bring to the council? But I think the delegates' sort of recommendation really ties to the fact that the more different perspectives that we can bring to inform legislation in the earlier parts of the process will help it not just be successful as a bill, but help it be successful in whatever it's intended to achieve. And so I think that is a different time period of weighing in, and it would require us to, like Nancy was sharing, be better connected to the legislators to make sure they know that we know what's coming so that we can be more helpful in advance. But I think hearing from folks early on, and actually I would have opposition to this aspect of it, would allow us to shape things in meaningful ways.
So 2 things. First, I think the idea of figuring out how to do a map is very complicated, because I know that we've got maps that deal with SNAP, school meals, and WIC participation, that those are different than some of the other maps. And so part of what we're going to have to do when putting all those maps together is recognizing that there are different definitions for terms, and having people understand that this is a complicated way to measure food insecurity, participation, all of these things. I want to be clear about that. And I think if you hire an intern to do that, that makes sense, but we still need some collaboration at the council level to make decisions about what to include and what not to include and how to describe things. Because that is, a lot of that stuff may be proprietary, but it's also the way organizations do their work. So I offer that. I want to touch on Laura's point, because I think that's really important, which is that, and I'm just going to be blunt the way I say this. I don't think state agencies are going to make decisions on policy based on what the FSRC does. They're not going to say, well, we're going to agree, or they feel accountable to the governor and to their other partners in the state agencies, and not to the FSRC. And as much as we may be close to and appreciate the input from Secretary Addix, Secretary Lopez, MSD and others, that they are going to make internal policy decisions, and what they hear from us may or may not be what they want to use in making decisions. So I think Laura raises a great point. It'd be helpful if we could do that, but I don't think state agencies are going to say, wait a minute, before we decide about this, let's see what the FSRC says, or let's get that in. They are working on, I suspect, these notions right now, because they're going to have to submit them internally in the next few months. And we are nowhere near to be able to work with their schedules, which is why I think understanding our advisory role is important, because I don't think they're going to give us a bigger voice than we already have.
Looks like we might have a note in the chat. Delegate Charcuterie has weighed. She said, my point was that state agencies can undermine the work of FSRC if they can't engage in our collaborative process. There have been issues where FSRC has had one position in the state agency would have advocated against it. I feel like we would have worked with them to reach consensus.
100%.
Hi, I'm representing commerce here, but I would just follow up on that. One thing that Delegate mentioned a few minutes ago that I think is really useful and important is having shared goals. Like, I think you said, come up with 3 or 4 things that we want to accomplish that as a group. And, some of that may be in the context of this meeting, but, all of our jobs are related to this, which is why we're here. So, I can speak for commerce that, I personally am not involved in policy making, but I think it's very useful that we're here, that we understand better what the issues are and what the other stakeholders are looking to achieve. And to the extent that we can contribute and that we can help move things forward, we absolutely want to do that, right? And so, and I've already heard some potential ways that we could assist. For example, you know, the produce truck yesterday. You know, I'm thinking like that could be a great little business for somebody, right? Like, is there a way that we can piece together existing programs? I'm not talking about writing grant proposals. I'm talking about like, let's see what we can do, right? And I have a feeling that there's other things out there that we could build on, right? So I think this is, from my perspective, this is not necessarily just about policy. This is about shared goals and how we can achieve them together.
Well, we've covered a couple of priorities, it sounds like. One is around whether there's a coordinating role for the FSRC in terms of some of the data questions. We talked about maybe really kind of a different consensus building role related to policy that focuses on a couple of pieces of legislation. There was the idea brought up that groups could work together outside of this council to apply for funding and drive different initiatives forward, where there may be a couple of groups that really do that as a priority, but not the whole group. And then the shared goals and thinking about tapping into existing programs. Maybe this is a good moment to see if there's anyone who has other ideas outside of that, whether it's in terms of how the FSRC functions and provides support, or in terms of topics, like something else that you think would be a worthy use of the group's time and should be a priority.
I'm curious with the idea of making recommendations for legislation that's related to policy, to consider the idea of also making recommendations, and I'm not sure technically it would be two per se, but in regards to systems changes in Maryland, that we're not something that you need a legislative act to change, but there's this perspective of a group like this. There's lots of systems that could be more efficient, that would help the food system, but they might not need a legislative, act to change them. But I think recommending them, and then if there are people or groups that can do it, or maybe group apply for grant or something, there are a lot of internal systems, and so I think having that statewide perspective of systems changes in addition to policy changes would be really beneficial.
I completely agree. And while it's difficult to develop relationships with the entire General Assembly, we do have really meaningful intersections with so many different agencies and their leadership that I think we could be valuable partners in providing feedback to what's happening in different aspects of the system or geographical locations to help inform implementation of policy, because I think in my experience that has even more impact than the actual creation of legislation, that make sure that it actually is working the way we intended. So
and that's also like it wouldn't be set on one step. Like there could be two sets of years. One, there's some time, one thing's based on the legislative time frame, but then the systems thing could be a separate time frame or more year round, or so it creates a different space of work.
Shane, you go first. So I guess I had a question. So one of the things that keeps getting brought up regularly is cold storage, right? And I wanted to find out, in this group of people, was there enough of a consensus what the cold storage needs are, right? Because we talk about cold storage in a lot of different ways, and is there enough equity in this room to address the entire network associated with cold storage, both on the recovery, the production side, and with that in mind, because if you wanted to create a map that would identify best possible, locations, is there enough equity in this room to determine where those potential locations could be? Because that seems to be like a topic of discussion that gets brought up quite a bit. And so how do we address that without having that equitable piece, right? Because there's, on the Department of Agriculture side of it, we definitely know that cold storage is a point of production, right, and an opportunity. On the recovery side and redistribution, right? So how do all those pieces work together? Like that's a goal, right? Like that's a positive moving forward goal, but we talked about a lot. But how do we address all those pieces where it's best located?
So can I jump on that? Because I'm just staring at the statute still around the map idea, but tracking, and it's what it says, tracking and analyzing data create a comprehensive map of food insecurity across the state and identify gaps in service. So we can define what gaps in service mean. It could be cold storage, it could be programming, right? I mean, this is I think this is one of those things that until we have some of these foundational tools that bring us together, we're going to keep talking in circles around how to actually go deeper into the work that we have outside of advocacy.
And I think bringing together all your comments, one thing that's interesting this year, we have the first opportunity where we're not writing the report in the fall, which we've always done, right? So now we have that opportunity to write the report now, and then, you know, I think Laura would rather that consensus. So the consensus building needs to happen now. For example, we look at what goes in. We need to reach out to those state agencies that might be involved in some of the recommendations and make sure that they, because we have representatives from all of these agencies, so have them look at it, put those in the report. And then some of the things that we're talking about, the identifying of the gaps, the cold storage, for example, where would it need to go? What would it look like in a bill? Like translating recommendations to a bill is some of those specific questions that you were raising would be answered in that process that would happen in the fall. And then also going back to Nancy's point of letting us know, letting people know we are. So for example, the Senate Environment and Education and Energy Committee came and did, like they did tours this fall, right, in October. I hosted one of the tours. There's a lot of committees that we tend to go to a lot. We're testifying in front of similar committees. And sometimes they're different, sometimes the same, but can we have a Food System Resiliency Council tour with those legislators, with that committee, where we spend time one-on-one with a couple different committees and really talk about the things that we already wrote in our report, because we would have already wrote them, and then we can start to build that consensus in the fall, now that we have that opportunity, because we push things up. I think this year is unique, and we can take advantage of it a little bit.
And just to follow up, I wanted to agree with Secretary Adams wrote in the chat. We love to engage and interact with proposed legislation. Too often we receive drafts way past the time for meaningful input, and we either need to oppose or take no position. We either need to oppose or take no position.
Because our recommendations are different than bills. So we need to build the consensus in the recommendation part, but then there's now is time between the recommendation and the bills to do that work, right?
I think that's a really important process point, which is really positive that we've shifted this timeline, and hopefully will result in more impact. I did want to go back to Shannon's point about cold storage, because at lunch we were talking about the power of a food council is the middle of the Venn diagram. And cold storage, I was laughing because on our team, it's like the drinking game word, where like it comes up in every meeting, or like your bingo card, like literally every single meeting we have. Doesn't matter what the food system topic is, food assistance, farming, food recovery, food waste, cold storage comes up. And like that is where this group, like where we're checking all of those boxes across the entire food system, like I think that's where this group, priorities like that, are where we could have unique influence and potential power. And so that's just one example, but I'm sure there are others where consensus from us, like Delegate Charkoudian was saying, would be really helpful for us to have those conversations, build consensus around how something like that happens in a way that's impactful. So I just really appreciate you bringing that up, and maybe it'll become our drinking game word, also, who knows, but like cold storage, it just cracks me up. It comes up in every meeting.
No, I thought the word value chain coordination.
That's a good one.
But I think what is interesting too is that where there is money, there is usually opportunities to gather information. And I had a farmer say to me the other day, like, why are there so many grants right now for cold storage? He just was like, what's going on in your world that's driving all of this money? And I think between the Market Code and EA's grant program, and we've had a whole bunch in Montgomery County and in the DMV region as well. Like, I think that's often a great place to both understand where the gaps are, as well as where new infrastructure at least is being installed or expanded upon. So I think there are other places where a lot of information is held that we don't necessarily always think about.
I think that goes back to the Office of Resiliency. So there's 5 different programs in cold storage. Can we write a paragraph about that? Cold storage, this is an important part. Value change, this is an important part. And then here are the different grant programs. You can go to Marbitco, you can go to Soul Health. We keep talking about that. Here are the different, like it's a paragraph, right, about each of these things that we identify, that there is a hub, and then we can then link in our own organizations to that hub. But I think this is something that we keep going back to, at least in our meeting. Well, this person's doing it, this person's doing it, but we don't, our farmers or our people that we're working with don't know about these 2 things. And so I think that's, cold storage, there's all these different grant programs. Can we have that written in one place?
So I will just try to pick it up cold storage because I do agree with Michelle that it's like the drinking game thing. Yes.
But it's also a great example.
If I took a shot every time we went to cold storage,
no one's
I might not have a job.
No one's talking about shots. I'm drinking water.
Okay, shot of water. I'd be very hydrated.
I do just want to emphasize, like, that is just an example. I think we all agree, great priority, but it's an example of where, there are other things where there's alignment, I think, in food system where, that have shared value across different areas of the food system.
Yeah, so I know we have some new members and we have new staff for the council. So I just wanted to highlight, we have made very detailed recommendations related to cold storage in our reports, down to how many units and how much that would cost. So that work has been done. If you're new to the council, I would really encourage you to just skim through the recommendations, or if you're not new to the council but need a refresher, I would really encourage, because a lot of that's been documented already, right? I think some of the challenge is that because this is an advisory body, that work then needs to be picked up and done to accomplish the thing, right? You guys have made the recommendation and identified where some of the gaps are. The harder part is connecting those dots. And so I think, again, having really robust participation by our state agencies is critical, and we've had really great participation from both ag and commerce, and we have all new representation almost over the last year. And so there are a lot of cool opportunities moving forward. I will say a lot of these have stalled because of money, right? That's just a reality, and the budget's not going to be any better. So I would encourage you, as you're thinking about recommendations, that is something to keep in mind, is that it's not necessarily that people aren't hearing them. It may just be that there isn't money, but I also think there's a coordination element where maybe there is money and that's not being effectively communicated. We attempted the first year to do kind of a list of here's all the funding sources available from each state agency, here are private things that people know about, here's what they're doing, here's what they're for. I will say that's a ton of work on staff, and we didn't get a ton of participation from the council. So not saying we can't attempt that effort again, and there's actually some efforts in the governor's office. I think that we could probably do a better job of communicating on our end. But I would, just kind of bringing up some of the things that we're talking about have either been done or attempted to be done, made recommendations. And so if they continue to be priorities, maybe the conversation is how do we take those recommendations and build on them? What are the challenges in accomplishing those recommendations, exploring the barriers to accomplishing those recommendations, just to kind of avoid the drinking game. maybe the best way.
Yeah, and I can build on that, because that was really well said. And I think that is an opportunity for this council, is to take it's a great example. Recommendations been made, hasn't been picked up, it's got a big fiscal note associated with it. It doesn't mean we can't improve what we have today, do a better job of understanding where there are gaps. Looking at the other thing we haven't talked about is equity, which shows up in statute in a number of places. Looking at the distribution of cold storage, are they in communities that are historically under-resourced? Or where are they? Are they on farms? And there's some there, so it's not quite as yes or no as it was in round one. That was our first deliverable, but now we can, as you're saying it, we can come back to it and say, blanket funding is not going to show up it's not going to drop out of the sky, but what else could we do to make this better. And some of it is just coordination. I love that word. And just data visualization is really critical, because the reason that we keep saying the words cold storage is because there's nowhere to look on a map where you can see where all the cold storage units are and what their capacity is. And so, you know, again, like, can we build that map? We probably could. But I think we can still, I think we can come back to things where we feel like we can still make improvements, even if we have put up the big recommendation. I think that's a good example.
I just want to.
It comes up a million times, and like, it's because there's a gap. Like, why we're talking about it is because it's a gap, and we all know that.
I just saw Delegate Charkoudian commented in the chat about what bill would have created funding for cold storage. Tipping fee bill, but then the tipping fee.
Can you just read that out? I can't see it.
Yeah, bill that would have created funding for cold storage, among other things, sourced from a tipping fee, had the tipping fee
Removed from it.
But there's already a lot of funding out there for cold storage. That's what we're saying. Yeah. So I mean, and, you know, we do granting for cold storage as well. And so again, how do we align the activities that are already going to be more effective and to be equitable? I'm sure we can make it better, even without, you know, getting it fully funded.
So a consensus thing that literally everyone who I've spoken with has said is that they want to feel like there's going to be more of like a roadmap forward in a way, especially like with a change in statute, like a way that you all can feel like the time that you're spending together is spent productively and like purposefully. I wonder if you all want to talk about that and how you can keep that. It's okay.
So I was sort of interested on, I think it was a comment online, or maybe it was a survey, that there were too many meetings. And I guess from my perspective, and I don't know how others feel, I feel like oftentimes we have our committee meetings and we have a presentation, but there's not enough time to really digest the information from the presentation and have a meaningful conversation. And then 2 weeks later, we pick up that conversation, you know, and it's sort of, and then there's a new cast of characters on the phone and we start all over again. So, I mean, I'm just throwing that out there in terms of structure, process. How do we do that? I think it could help with some of our recommendations if there can be more time or for meaningful discussion at one time, to look at an issue, determine what we learned, what we still may need to learn, because there's always to move forward.
Almost like structure and process around topics that are considered and discussed.
And it sounds like maybe, just to say numbers, like if right now it's like 85% of the meetings, 15% is discussion, like we need to shift it so that there's one more.
Well, I think it's also about priority setting and just aligning perhaps fewer priorities, but more alignment across the working groups, or more time to focus on them and really study them in more depth.
One thing I noticed from the survey earlier is that the facilities scores were very low. Like not a lot of people, and I have noticed that Brittany has been spending a ton of time organizing all these tours, and it's a big lift, staff perspective. So I'm wondering how much of a priority that.
I do want to note that while that was lower on the list, like networking, connecting with like different organizations and farmers and food systems, like stakeholders, was like higher up too. And I'm sorry, is it that people feel like they have like conversations to be had after having those networking opportunities already first?
And I would also note, you know, it is, I mean, we should keep in mind that 8 people did the survey. 8 people, and there were lots of participation. So, you know, for the survey layers, people don't like doing surveys, but that's the only way we have to collect data. So you're kind of presenting what you got, but that doesn't necessarily reflect the reality.
It does not reflect what everyone.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm wondering what the reality is on that topic. Like, is that a good use of staff time? I mean, to what extent, and how many tours should there be? And it should be focused, should they be focused on how do we decide how many tours there are? And, you know, in what areas and how those align with our goals? It seems like that should be part of the entire strategy, right?
I personally thought they were fabulous.
I love tours.
Yeah, and it was actually really, I mean, it wasn't necessarily thematic to what are in some ways, but I also felt like it, you know, learning about things that we didn't know anything about, like the whole distribution was really, remember, that was incredible.
And I knew nothing on like that, but it was so interesting.
Yeah, so I think it's, maybe it's, I think there were two, Brittany, did you do 3 last year? 2. So 2 a year seems reasonable, and maybe we think this year about exactly what we would want. You know, what else do we need to know? Like, I don't know that we need to tour freezers, but you know. But I think there's a way to do it that is very good. But I actually really thought that once I did most of them, and I thought they were really great. So I do think, yeah, I don't know how other.
I didn't realize there was only 2. I just remember seeing it.
Yeah, it was just, yeah. I mean, it is a lift, but I think it was, we got a lot out of it.
I mean, I would put this back on Michelle's comment, it's related to this too, it's more alignment on priorities, what are the priorities of this council? And when you set clear and key priorities, you have to let other things go. And that's not easy, but again, like if we wanted to resurvey and have more people participate, that would be great. You know, but that is the right instrument to ask the question, and you know, participation unfortunately was pretty low, but it's a good tool. And there is, you know, staff capacity, so it's a finite resource. But I think, you know, I think we've avoided doing the hard work, which is finding alignment on priorities for this group as a group.
What is what?
Sorry?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, I think we've avoided doing the hard work, which is finding alignment on priorities as a council, as a group.
Well, I think it's hard to find priorities if we really don't address the issues of food insecurity. We can put all the recommendations in, we can do a map. Mapping is okay, but it doesn't hit every area because certain areas are not included, but it does not mean that they're not dealing with food insecurity. And then once you do a map, who's going to maintain the map because it's ever evolving. So, you know, I was sitting here being quiet and I'm trying to think, and what kept going over my mind is, what is the real reason for the Food Resiliency Council? Is to address food insecurity in the state of Maryland and put in recommendations surrounding that. If we take a deep breath and think about why it exists and look at that and then consider recommendations, then we'll make a change. That's only my opinion. And, you know, my opinion will give you 5 cents if you really want it. But I'm sitting here and I'm just thinking, and the more I thought about it, and I was trying to hold my voice down, but we have to look at injustice. And then we can make recommendations.
I was going to invite you all to share with me the questions that you would like to have in a follow-up survey, anonymous survey like this one with more participation. What are the questions you want answers to? You don't have to answer that right now, but maybe you can think about it and we can revisit it.
I think a question around priorities, as we discussed, maybe like list a bunch, that what do you think should be the top priority? What would you include in the top 3 priorities?
I think that's exactly what's in this. I mean, if you want to flip back to it, no, I know, I'm just saying that, and I'm not sure, Annika, like, we're here together now. So the idea of going back to a survey and asking questions, for me, is making me wonder whether we shouldn't take advantage of the fact that we're here to try to have some part of the conversation. And I do think, Diana, you said what I was trying to say much more eloquently than I did. That's what the statute is about. And it's about, so there's other things about environmental production. I mean, it has 3 or 4 areas, and we know what those are. And we've gone wider and deeper. So how do we go back? I think we're all talking about going deeper on more things.
Would it be helpful to go around the room and have everyone say their top priority? Is that helpful to like get
like a survey in real life.
Did you hear that online?
I think we better share a survey. That would be much more helpful, I think. But the thing is, like, maybe we should list bunch of priorities where we want to focus.
Okay, I'm gonna throw out an idea. One of the things that we're talking about at lunch is the invasive fish issue. Because that is something that hits on pretty much everybody in this room in some way, right? And also has the potential to be a project that we can work on together as a goal. Because basically, there's a lot of free food out there that could be mobilized, right? That could be frozen, that could be in schools, that could be stored, that could be distributed. That could be, contribute to potential new businesses and economic growth, right? So how could we as a group work together? And we have a lot of different angles that we can work from, right? From our regular jobs, from the policy standpoint, from influencing other people, from, there's a lot of different things. So what if we made that a priority and just worked on that from a lot of different angles to really have it make a difference?
We have to wait till Beth comes back.
I know, we can't talk about this without Beth.
We absolutely can, because Mark's team is doing a ton of work around.
I know.
Yeah, and the food bank, we're moving $2 million a year. So there's a lot of stuff that's.
No, I know, I was just joking, it's all of a sudden that was missing from the room.
And that's fine, but how are we going to get it, how will we know that it's going to areas that are being underserved? We don't.
Right, and I didn't mean to imply that there isn't anything happening on it already. I meant maybe we could step it up and include the equity point and include what is our policy on this at each agency, we should all have a position, an official position, I think, on a lot of these things, right? As a group and as individuals.
I like that.
Ms. Lafleur, you shared a slide with a couple of priorities for 25, right?
Yeah, do people, it's not representative of everyone's.
Or maybe, can we bring that back so that will help people think?
I think Summer made a good suggestion when she said, why don't we go around the room and see what people's priorities are?
No, we can also follow up, so if anyone wants more time to digest it, you can either pass or we come back to you, or then we'll get your feedback separately. That way we have multiple ways to give input.
And I'm going to reiterate that online in case you didn't hear. We're talking about going around the room and verbally sharing priorities that we want to address, or you want to address as a council. And we'd like to hear from you too.
Let's do it then.
Here's Grace.
Grace trying to talk.
Grace,
I was just indicating that, yes, that sounds good. We can hear you online.
Okay, who wants to start? Can I ask a clarifying question?
Please.
Are we identifying, I think it would be helpful for me, but I also can just quietly, to understand what we will do with the topic that we define. Are we mapping? Are we crafting legislation? Are we? I think that might define, because I think often these things tend to get big quickly, and especially being mindful of conversations about capacity and just kind of want to make sure we're all on the same page about what we're going to do with whatever is chosen before we choose.
I can make a suggestion on that. I would say I think what would be helpful here is for us to just sort of get like a heat map, especially if there's a topic that, let's say, like 5 people are interested in. It'll help us understand everyone's issues, see where there might be a center of gravity. We'll take that away, maybe do some sort of voting on it for everyone to be able to prioritize. Then I would think the way we probably use that information would be to structure some of these upcoming meetings around it so we can have exactly those discussions. Like what exactly do we want to do with each of these topics? If we have a short window to be thinking about policy, then that might be a sooner discussion around which of these do we think there's a there in terms of policy. So I think this would be a good opportunity to bring up, like, if as you're suggesting something, you have thoughts on what would be most useful, definitely. And I'm guessing that'll be a topic for future conversation to decide on what exactly are we doing with it. Do we need more subject matter expertise on it? Do we need to establish foundational information and data? Is there a policy opportunity? Those kinds of things. I don't know if that answers your question or just says it differently.
I'll just quickly say that I think when I think of priorities, I'm thinking bigger topics. And I think what you're trying to get, which we would probably replicate each other on, which are food insecurity, local procurement, and what happens to our food waste stream. So those are the main priorities of this Food System Resiliency Council, to my mind. But then what you're, I think, and I appreciate the blue catfish example because it touches all of them. So does cold storage. So is that what you're asking for? Like, what ideas touch all 3 priorities? Or are you thinking, are there more priorities outside those 3? And all 3 of them have huge equity implications, just absolutely gigantic equity implications as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately you all decide the priorities. I think each individual person can choose to answer it and say, I'm picking this topic because it touches all 3 priorities. I'm picking this topic because I think it is most critical in terms of, thinking of everything through an equity lens. So I don't know if I would necessarily, if we don't like this idea, we also don't have to do it. But I'm just trying to get a sense. I know we didn't get to hear from everyone in the survey. We'd love to hear from everyone while we're together. If there's a different way that anyone would like to suggest to do that, obviously we're making it up on the fly, so go for it.
So let me weigh in and take it for what it's worth. If you ask me what the priorities are for 2025, I've kind of got 2 answers. So for Maryland Hunger Solutions, it will be to address food insecurity in a variety of ways. And we can be more specific about that. I'm not sure that's what should drive the FSRC agenda, but I think for the FSRC, what I'm hopeful for as we have new staff and new opportunities is to really figure out what's the next big step we can do for food resilience. That may be blue catfish, which I've learned more about this last 2 days than I would ever have, because that's not something I would normally work on. I wouldn't be connected to that. But I know that others are, and that it's meaningful. And I could see that being a part of how we do that. I'm not sure that the Department of Agriculture needs our help with that. I mean, I think that they've got plans. I know there are a lot of things that are going on. I'm not sure what we bring to that as added value, other than opining about it. Beth's gonna do her stuff, MSDE's got things, but so that's what I would think would be something that would result in addressing food resilience in the state of Maryland in a multiple of ways. But I don't know what our added value is there.
Okay. And I just was going to say the other piece of this that I'm not sure how we address, but there are, from the legislation, we have things we're mandated to do, right? So it is, and if you look at that list, you say, okay, are we going to just discard the ones we don't like, or now we think it's not a good idea? Like, I don't know how that works, but I feel like there are, the farm program is a big one. That's, that we worked on, obviously, but expand and modernize food benefits, that's another one, the SNAP benefits. Establish a required and supportive funding for Maryland counties to identify local food system coordination bodies such as a food council, and then provide incentives to encourage Maryland school systems to purchase Maryland food. Like, those are all mandated legislatively. And we don't have successes in those areas.
We do.
Well,
Our food councils.
yes, you do. I'm sorry, yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
we do.
But not, yeah, I guess every.
But we
county-
don't know how they will sustain
Exactly.
afterwards.
Right, so you're right, Jessica. It's like there isn't a plan for the,
Yes.
maintaining them over time.
Yes.
And working on that sustainability plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's a big,
It's a big one, it is. So I just wonder, like, what sort of, how does that factor into our decisions going forward for the next year or so?
I'm sorry, this is catfish.
It's all taken care of, man. Don't worry about it. It's all done.
I just want to Carter's office, figuring out how.
Daphne online says that's tied to funding, sustainability of the council.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The sustainability of the council is tied to funding.
Yeah.
yes, yeah,
Yeah, we agree.
That's pretty obvious.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's made a huge difference in each jurisdiction.
So I was just thinking about this, and MDA has done a lot of work trying to implement the projects that you guys actually have set forward for us. And also we certified local farm official program. Just now trying to start getting traction on that. And we have the M1 program, which is some of our first round of grants for that program. We benefited from federal funds through the RFSI program that's going to help, deal with the infrastructure bit for distribution and processing in the sort of middle of the supply chain. We've got the local food purchase cooperative agreement, whereby we get funds from the food bank calculator and buy from farmers who specifically we've asked the food banks to target social disadvantaged farmers to help build that. They are, and food banks are distributing those foods in areas that face hunger. So all these things are sort of going on, and it's all good stuff, but I do wonder about the future for programs like local cooperative agreements specifically, which I think it's been incredibly beneficial to small farmers, produce farmers, dairy farmers, catfish, watermen, and all that. And it's helping people in need with food. And that program ends in 2025, unless the USDA or somebody does something. So to me, looking at those areas that you guys have already been looking at, just sort of going down into what's already been accomplished and saying, what can we add to that? Maybe we need this local food first agreement continue in some way. Not, maybe there's something else we should do. But there's a lot that's happened in this area that everyone's looking at since this group got formed, and I think it might be useful to look at that, what you've already achieved, and then try to build on.
Are you hoping to give a report to the council later in the fall?
Certainly can and will. Yeah, I think maybe your committee was interested in the certified local farm enterprise program, I think. So
Yeah, we want a presentation.
and Delegate Charcudian, so she wants to know where we're at. So yeah, we'll be ready to talk about all this.
I think it would be good too for distribution and access.
Yeah, it sounds like to the whole council, not just one committee.
Okay.
That's what I'm hearing.
So if I could, just for 1 second, completely different topic. I heard this news story about the bird flu and the impact, and that there were 2 million chickens killed in Maryland. And it seemed to me like, oh, I don't know anything about this. And what's the impact on the food system? I don't want to pretend like you have answers now, but think that's the kind of thing that we should at some level have a conversation.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I did wonder if anybody was gonna ask about that.
You're welcome.
So there's dairy cattle. It's wrong if I say it, but there are prohibitions about cattle movement now. In high-path avian influenza is transferred into which I'm sure everybody knows this, the dairy cattle population. So Maryland has, the MDA has the state veterinarian, and that individual is charged with working to make sure that animal livestock in the state are protected and managed in ways that prevent things like that. So they're busily working on managing that issue with federal guidance. The USDA is obviously in charge of that. But on that topic, if this group chose to wanted to have somebody who's knows all the details and speak to you, then they would.
This is the kind of issue that is clearly in the realm of emergency management. This impacts resilience very directly. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do cold storage and other stuff, but we can't not at least address this.
Well, MDA is addressing it, but you want the council to be aware of what they're doing.
Is me?
Yeah, I was gonna say, so MDM monitors these things, but it's really like, ag is the lead agency for it. So we would certainly, we can and will coordinate from an emergency management standpoint and can share information as we get it. Some of the challenges around these are like privacy type of things and panic type of things, right? So I think to Mark's point, I think having Jason will probably talk generally about ag's emergency response capabilities and how they handle food response emergencies would be excellent for this group, and certainly something we can coordinate for the next meeting, absolutely. When it comes to actual responses, that tends to be a little bit stickier, and we rely on ag to tell us what we can communicate out and what doesn't get communicated out, what's public and what's not, because of the sensitivity with proprietary and panic. So I think by the other topics, certainly the milk, the food has been a lot of conversation and a lot of misinformation and a lack of understanding. So, again, we can, one of the intents is to provide you guys with the information that you can arm and go tell your organization, Food Policy Council, point you to the right places to find that information when you're getting questions. Right. And so please don't hesitate also to ask us when stuff comes across your box and you're like, hey, I haven't heard anything about this. That's what we do. We lay it right. So.
I heard it on the news.
Yeah.
I suspect others may have heard it or may not have heard it, but it seemed opportune to have the conversation. And I think you're right, which is that it may not be anything for us to do, but if it's in the public domain, we need to be able to be at least cognizant enough to have a conversation, even if it's to let people know that the State Department of Agriculture and USDA are on top of this and are managing it.
Yeah, we do our best to be proactive, but we don't always, it doesn't always occur to us. And so I really would encourage you guys, as you see stuff that comes across that you want to know about, that is to me one of the roles of emergency management, one of the reasons why the council is looking at us, because we can go find that information.
I think there's two pieces there. Yes, but I think internally as a group, we should check ourselves. So now, like, I feel part of the value of being part of this group is if I have a question about SNAP, which I knew nothing about when I started, I've made contacts and hopefully a relationship with people that I can contact. And I would hope, my organization, I could have 4 feet, I probably should, if we have meeting many different, I don't want to say camps, but groups, but I think there's still amongst us, all of us, a real need for our own self-education of all sectors within the food supply system. And that's a great example of it. And so how do we address that internally? Either as individuals or as a group.
I mean, on that issue, MBA put a press release out and sort of explaining the situation. We've had 2 meetings with dairy farmers around the state. That's so there are constituents know about it, but we can make sure that you have press release material.
So maybe it's as simple as we can put on the email distribution list.
Or you put Mike on the distribution list, and Mike decides what stuff gets shared and what stuff doesn't. Or however M wants to do that. I don't want to decide, but yeah. Rather than sending it to all of us, let's have I know, but we should have a filter about all the stuff that we need to know.
I think it's important for us to know about it because it's going to hit us on the local level when prices of certain things start going up. So if that many chickens were killed, then the prices of chicken is going to go up, and then the residents are going to suffer even more. So kind of, it's important just so we can know, so how we give out information within the communities. It's almost like I go back to the baby formula situation. It was an impact long before it became a disaster. It was happening in a lot of communities, and a lot of communities were having a hard time getting formulas. But until it affected certain communities, then it became, oh, we have a situation.
So do we want to go back? I mean, we only have a minute before we go to committee. But I just wonder, the process of the prioritization, I think, is something we want to consider, but maybe it's not going to happen today. But I do feel like we've at least opened up some questions about, are we looking at what the, what's been outlined in legislation? Are we looking more universally? Or, can we, I think we need to have a better sense of the scope of what we are prioritizing, but I do feel like it'd be a worthwhile exercise to do that in a meeting. So we are not, wondering what are we doing, and we don't, nobody wants to keep doing this without seeing more results, right? Or, to focus on those. So I think, I like that you brought it up, and I think we're not probably going to be able to do it today, but I do feel like it's an important exercise.
The one that follow on that real quick, maybe get a takeaway from today, so we can go back, try and synthesize a lot of what we're talking about here, go back and have a follow-up on a survey and put in more input, since we only have 8, take that information, synthesize it down, and have another meeting, maybe with leadership decide, where we can kind of take the next steps. That we have this all kind of shrunk down to maybe more digestible bits and overarching themes of priorities that we're trying to get based on the things that were said today. Keep whittling down. Does it sound like that is anybody have an issue with that solution? Okay, going once, going twice. All right.
We're not suggesting to fall within the bounds of this.
Okay, yeah, no, I get it, but I think it is even with what we're required. I mean, it's broad. There's a lot. It's just, yeah.
Is there anything that anyone wants to say about the 2024 report before we move on to committee discussions, or not talk about that right now?
What is the agenda? One is, I personally, I can bypass the committee report, to be honest. I think this is a really important conversation to have, and I don't want to I don't know, but I just think for me, from Environment and Production Subcommittee, I'm looking right now at page 4 of the bylaws that were sent out, and on page 4 we have these things that that everybody's been kind of coming back to, that we are supposed to address: the coordinating food and security services, tracking data, comprehensive map, private sector grants and other resources and certain, we talked about these grants being all over the place. We're supposed to have these in one place. That's what it says to do, advising the state how to allocate resources, increase efficiency. So I think part of it is looking at the recommendations that we've already developed. Do they fit in one of these buckets, right? And what is missing from these buckets that we haven't addressed? And so maybe that doesn't go into the report this time, but I think I do think looking at the larger issues, looking at why we have these inequities, what is causing food insecurity, like really thinking holistically is really important. And I think we can get bogged down by the details, but I think, I mean, in terms of like Environment and Production Committee and what's going to go in the report, we already have a lot that developed that didn't go into legislation, so we can look at those again. But I really think as a committee, we need to go back to these things and you know, think holistically about what we want to bring forward as, you know, complete recommendations.
So just on the grant one, it's like leveraging the federal and private sector grants and other resources versus just aggregating them, like, and so I do wonder that what I have found just in my work is that for a lot of the grants that will be out there, it's the technical assistance for organizations to write the grants. It's not the finding them. And so to me, the leveraging is a key word there. And I don't know if it's just another website with everything aggregated together. And not that we would be providing the technical assistance per se, but trying to figure out a systems change that allows individuals who are not grant writers, but they're small pockets of money, and they're supposed to be writing these grants, farmers, food banks, I know schools, you know, writing grants to help with the food system, and how to leverage those is, to me, I think, a really critical cog in the food system, while relying on private groups to make the food system run.
Did you just state a bill recommendation to create a technical like hub a staffed, so it would be a bill, a staffed resource center to help small organizations, whether it's staffed by, you know, this tipping fee or whether it's staffed by something else, but a staffed resource center. Is there something like that that exists? If I go to MDA, if I go to Health and Human Services, if I go to the Department of Education in my school, do those resources exist?
Maryland Nonprofits offers that. Maryland Philanthropy Network offers that. I think Future Harvest probably offers that. I think what I was going, and it was kind of aligned with what you were saying, is this list now the work group structure of Food System Resiliency Council? So erase the whiteboard, sorry, I'm just gonna say it, and put ourselves together in small groups to work on these things and come back. And maybe that leveraging one is, the first step is aggregation, and then the second step is leveraging. Here's how we define leverage, here's how it might show up publicly, because everything might have steps inside of it. But until we really stick our eyeballs on these specific things, we're gonna have a hard time pulling words off the slide.
Yeah, on the point on the systems thinking, which I think is a very good point. I think numbers 3 and 4 work together, leveraging grants and other resources to address, right? And advising the state. It seems to me together in a way. And the question is, that's still such a big, broad mission, right? And where do we focus it? And that's where I think these issues of cold storage and basic fish and baby bird flu fit in to, like, if we're going to focus our grant and other resources into addressing food security needs, and also, of course, distribution, right, that's part of it, you know, where do we focus? And that's where I'm trying to, I see it's almost like a matrix, you know what I mean?
So one thought that's kind of coming to mind for me, I'll admit that I've often said that I should have like professional wet blanket on my business card because, you know, we've already had comments that we have too many meetings and that is a barrier for participation, especially for those who
whose perspectives may not be represented or reflected in the members who can join. And so I'm wondering about if it's helpful for us to take a step back and think about in the context that we're already engaging with the group in the meetings that we have, in a couple of subcommittees that meet every couple of weeks, with a few site visits a year, recognizing you all have a lot of other things on your plate to have them. What are the things that we can accomplish within that framework reasonably, and not, it doesn't end up with a couple of people sort of volunteering because they feel pressure to take it on, and then, they're irritated. So, I think that's just a helpful thing to think about is, I think we all have lots of perspectives on what could be done, but with a limited availability, what can we accomplish?
So when I think of leveraging federal and private sector grants, I think of exactly what the Montgomery County Food Council did in helping to move the mission of food councils throughout the state. That wasn't necessarily done through this council, but it directly impacted.
The fact that we had this council, I think, was the reason that we got that funding, because I could point to the recommendation, and MDIM was an in-kind partner on the grant application, which really, I think, elevated our score.
So it was like having a recommendation, something written to point to, like some type of.
But that's an example, I think, of when I think of leveraging federal and private sector grants. It's fulfilling one of the overarching food council's goals without sort of the extra mechanisms within the structure.
So that's not on this page, but those are more specific sort of than, yeah.
This is the other page of duties, including your reports that you've already written in the council organization.
I think that brings up a very good point. We saw a boy, we put in a recommendation for the boy, and then.
Speak louder.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
We saw, through distribution and access, we saw a boy, put in a recommendation. It was then carried by Montgomery County Food Council, and there was an outcome. And it was a good outcome. So is that what we do? Is do we look at where there's voids and then we put in recommendations, like cold storage? We know there's a void. We put in a recommendation and then, I don't know.
And I'm just wondering if, I think this is really good having this conversation right here, but I'm also wondering if taking this back, and like taking this back to our groups who we represent here. So going back to MDA, Montgomery County, and thinking about it, so that we're supposed to be identifying gaps and resources and places where there's holes in the system that we need to fill. And so I'm wondering if almost having this conversation again with some of the secretaries here, with some of, leaders in these areas are already here in the room, but I'm wondering if, if we specifically go back to, where are the holes, where are we not working together, where are these agencies not working together that we need to allocate resources to go across? And so I almost wonder if this is like part one of the discussion. I mean, like for the, food system research, for the work you guys are doing, is there places that you guys have already identified that here from our center, these are the places that we feel
need from a mapping?
Yeah, like not mapping, just in general. Yeah, your whole center. So like, here are the places that we want to shine the light on that are not working. Ian's like, why did you look at me?
No, I mean, it is, it's like, that's kind of a big question. I guess I would say, depends on your perspective of like, what's working, what's not working. I do think there, there's probably a lot to learn from other states as well that are in this process. And, just thinking about, as we're going through this, I'm thinking about, okay, this state did something like this. Like, where do you start to borrow from what has been successful and already passed and has like made some impact? And that I have not done, like I haven't sat down and drilled that down, but I think there's some value in that. And I do think the whole idea of the gaps is really important. Even, the work in Baltimore City started because the health department and the planning department didn't pay any attention to each other, right? That was really the genesis of it. And it was like, we organize by disease and we organize, by neighborhood. So, I think that same dynamic exists in state government as well. So I think you're right. So it's like part of this is like trying to figure out where are those gaps and, trying to fill those holes and figure out what's our role in doing that. How can we, play that matchmaker, or, how do we make sure this is happening where it's supposed to be happening?
And if we think about the named council members, there was a reason why these people were named. And so like, if we go back to Maryland Hunger Solutions, what are the lights they want us to shine? What are, that's, I don't know.
Yeah.
The last agenda item that we had was to go through the committees and hear from committees specifically about issues they wanted to update us on or conversations that they've had. Would you like to do that before we adjourn? I don't, it's your meeting. In case that would be. I did receive some emails, an email from the Communication and Coordination Committee about some general thoughts that they had. If that's okay.
Yeah.
That's
Sounds great.
So here are some general questions that the Communication Coordination Committee shared that they wanted to put to the group, or maybe just like reflect on. What should the role of the FSRC be in the Maryland General Assembly session and state policymaking overall? What is the FSRC's unique purpose and value in this space? Who establishes the FSRC's formal positions and statements on issues? How are these decisions made? What mechanism, voting, what styles of consensus and majority? How can we work together over the next year to discuss and gather information on these questions? And how can we identify expertise and hear diverse perspectives when additional information is needed?
So I think this came out of what kind of got brought up before, where we were talking about, the process for the CNC committee and how we're always looking for incremental improvement. And it sort of seemed like that committee had several charges, one of which we found really valuable was the educational piece. So, we heard back from folks coming to those meetings that they appreciated learning more about bills, being able to ask questions and having people in the room that could answer those questions. And I think, Diana, you're nodding, but yeah, it's an incredibly valuable, because if you're just reading the bills, you miss a lot of context, and this is a space where some of that context can be understood better, or we can get more information. But then there were some times that when we went to take a position on a bill, Steve mentioned earlier, there was the recommendation from the Environment Production Subcommittee that then we took no position on when the bill was formally introduced, because there were different perspectives in this Communication Coordination Subcommittee than perhaps were in that space where that recommendation came up. And so it made us sort of question what is the value of taking a position? And is it the Food System Resiliency Council's role to take positions and write testimony? It is kind of a pain. So, Dr. Lansing,
You were our
You win the award.
You're our #1 volunteer, but I also submitted testimony because it was part of my other job and I could tweak some things and like it was fine, but it's hard to get volunteers. So we just kind of wanted to get, we heard from some folks that our testimony doesn't make or break a bill, but I think we wanted to get a sense of how we can understand. Then maybe it's not today because we have sort of limited time, but maybe there should be a process before the next legislative session comes around for us to determine how we as Food System Resiliency Council can use our strengths in ways that are most beneficial for the food system community to be able to understand what's happening in Annapolis and then participate.
I've been thinking about this a lot.
You what?
I said, I've been thinking about this a lot. And so, part of, because I spent a lot of time in Annapolis testifying in the Food System Resiliency Council this session. And I think there's a couple places where the process can be improved. I think just going to the one thing is, that was not from the Environment and Production Committee. They brought it to the full council. The full council voted on it, yes.
Right.
So that was a full council vote, and to go against a full council vote just seemed odd. Like that seemed out of our process because this was already voted. It was voted, it brought forward to the full council by the Environment and Production Subcommittee, but then it was voted on by the full council. And so it just seemed odd, but that's just that. But I think that, I think there's a couple issues here. One is coordinating better with the agencies, as Lord said, you know, what are the agencies doing? We have, you know, Gabby was here yesterday. We have Rachel that joins on the phone a lot from MBA. We have, you know, people from Commerce that have bills that they're tracking. And so just better understanding what's happening with the agencies and having that coordination space between the interns who were doing like what our tracking bill was, and then the agencies who are also kind of tracking in charge. I think there needs to be a little bit of that happening. And I also think that will help us be more, like, I liked the education on the bills, but I also feel like some of the things didn't go back to those core values that we have, and that we were being, in Steve's terms, reactionary versus like sticking to our core values. And so I think that there's some room for, like, it's just growing pains. We've, you know, and there's more people and there's more things that we're going, but I think better coordination from the front end, and then making sure that going back to our core values and the bills that we're talking about in the core values. And if there is a vote that goes against something that's already in the report, like if it's already in the report, like we've already voted on it. Like that just seemed odd to me. And then once someone does write this testimony, it's always so quick and there's no time. So I wrote the testimony, I did oral testimony, I said, I'm here for the Food System Resiliency Council, and no one really looked at that. Like, I thought I did a good job. I thought I did what was supposed to be of the council, but who's to trust me? Like, is that really, like, shouldn't there be processes in place? Like, I know the time is of the essence, but what are those processes? Because I feel like I didn't have a lot of oversight, and maybe if I'm speaking on behalf of somebody, somebody should be looking over my shoulder.
Well, the first year when I was writing joint testimony for the council for myself, my organization, I think Heather, you were the council chair, so I would send it to you, and you would say, oh, this looks great, Steve. So, and this is the first year that was somebody else looking at it.
I just wanted to weigh in on the state agency. So every week, if there were bills that were related to a state agency, we reached out to the state agency legislative liaisons to let them know we'd be talking about it. I think the capacity is limited. I think that's just a reality. A lot of these are one-person shops, or they're large agencies battling 500 bills a session. MDE had over 500 bills that touched on the environment in some way. And they're a team of 3. So, you know, I think that I don't say that to say don't expect their participation, but I want there to be an understanding of the reality and of politics. I mean, it's something, it's, you know, it's not a dirty secret. I think there are some things that state agencies are not going to share their position publicly on. That's just There are things that they have to navigate, there are conversations they are having behind it, just as a lot of the organizations here have, right? Michael J. Heather, they have been in these seats where they're advocating behind closed doors and things are not going to be communicated in a public forum. So I just want to kind of share that expectation that the state agencies are aware that the meetings happen, they listen in a lot, and I think they do get information on their end from the conversation. I think the conversation that you guys have is probably the most impactful. I think to your point, legislative session, right, waits for no one. Right? So whether or not it's a good use of time to spend time debating position rather than having the space to go over all the bills, like what's the best use of the committee's time? Is it making sure everyone has the information so that you all as individuals and or organizations can advocate as you all see fit? Or is it time debating the council position where you may be one in 500 witnesses, or where you're going to get lost in the noise anyways. So I would encourage this group to think about, we're staff and we'll continue to support. We will continue to be limited, even as you move to the Office of Resilience, we won't be able to write testimony. We will not be able to coordinate meetings with legislators. Like that's just not a thing that we'll ever be able to do. And so whether or not the committee decides next session to make them information sharing meetings to arm everybody with all of the information and all of the dialogue and different perspectives, I think would be really impactful for the system and for the members. And I think the legislators staff also listen in, right? So delegates and staff called into almost every meeting. Senator Castro's staff was in almost every meeting. Yeah, they may not be communicating out loud because they have their own politics, but they're listening. And that to me is probably where really the strongest impact for the committee is.
No, I completely agree with you. If there could be information, I would just add one caveat that I think everything you said is right on, but I wonder if it's in our report, so we don't even have to debate it. If it's in the report and then it's up for legislation, then we support it, right? Because it came from the report.
But the legislation is never going to match the report, right? No. And so, but again, like that's something that you, Dr. Stephanie Lansing, expert in your area, could certainly email a legislator or a committee or weigh in yourself and say, I'm a member of this council and this council recommended this and therefore I support this bill. You could do that independently of the council weighing in.
No,
right?
No, I can't, but that's okay.
But that's
I can't, right. I can as my agency. So I either have to testify as a University of Maryland employee supported by the University of Maryland, or I have to testify as a food council chairperson in support of that. I actually can't do that, but yes. Yeah.
We can talk offline. I mean, the 911, we do this with the 911 board all the time. 911 board members will weigh in on legislation as 911 board members, not on behalf of the board, right? You can say, I'm a member of this board, and I believe that gives me expertise and knowledge. Here's why my.
But then when I put the drop-down menu of who I'm supporting, do I put, that's my agency? Because I can't put University of Maryland as my agency.
No, you can register as an independent individual.
I can't. No, I can't. I can't. Yeah, I'm just saying if that position is taken, then I can't do any more testimony. I wouldn't be allowed.
You cannot put an individual citizen as an individual citizen. You can't say you're a University of Maryland.
So I'm on the state school health council, so it's similar, like legally done organization like this one, legislation, and we have a care school do a similar legislative, and ours is not, we do not testify, that's not the intent of it, so but it is for education, and it's actually to get other groups to potentially, so, be members of that you can either individually testify, or get like
PTA to go, it's as a school health council member. It's to kind of, just to inform your school district but also that it's something empowering that you know the right person to connect and build those networks to get people to testify. So that's the goal of us at the state school health council hearing about that. And it's extremely, extremely beneficial.
So as we're getting closer to 3 o'clock, the last thing we have is roundtable and updates for anyone who wants to open the floor, unless one distribution access, if you want to say anything about your committee updates.
I'm good.
Can we go back to the communication coordination? I don't know if that was, like, there was a lot of questions posed, but are we doing things different, or is that something we're gonna go back to? Like, what's the process here?
So I don't know when we have a meeting next, and I knew we had just a few minutes for this part of the discussion. So I think when we came up with the questions, it was more as a, let's all think about these things.
Yeah, they're good.
And try to find a path forward. I think, our recommendation really had been, what is the most meaningful and high impact purpose of this committee? And I actually kept coming back to the name of the committee is actually not the policy committee or the legislative committee, it's the communication and coordination. And I agree completely that this is a meaningful platform to actually just inform and facilitate discourse around these topics. So it's not just our body itself, but all of those that participate, both as individuals, as organizations. And so I think, our recommendation, which of course, I guess would be up to the council, I don't know how we change processing in the sense that we can just decide together. I think we've tried it a couple of different ways every year. Like Steve said, I think the way we approached it a couple of years ago is different. But that we can have those conversations, but maybe not have to actually take a formal position, which I think would allow us to do the hard work, but not necessarily draw a line in the sand. Because then in a lot of cases, we end up not saying anything wrong. So.
The question is, would anything be lost if the council is not formally weighing in on these different issues? That's where we are, and I think a lot of people are saying nothing will be lost. It's the information sharing.
It's the value.
That's the value.
Yeah. I think we're not legislated to be taking positions, right? It's not part of the task. I think we took it on. It's part of our learning experience, but I think it's.
And I don't think it's in our statute or bylaw.
No, it is not at all. Yeah.
Speaking for myself, I kind of like that.
And it maybe gives us.
I like the alternative of having a discussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it takes a lot of time to get the voting.
I'm so tired of counting.
Well, I was just going to add, it might lend more energy to be devoted, if we have more energy, we'll see. But to some of those things that Delegate Charcudian was saying, like more preemptive conversations, using that committee as that place for dialogue for bills like the tipping fee that maybe could get worked out in advance, where some of those conflicts could be understood, or we could understand them and provide input on the bill in the beginning, or provide education to legislators. I'm not sure, but maybe we could think through. And I think that's one of these questions is like, what should our role be in policymaking? Like there's different ways to play a role besides taking a formal position testifying. So we'll see.
But this doesn't mean that the council is in report. You have to put forward
Oh, right, yeah.
Like,
Correct, yeah. Yeah, that's a big value, I think, of the council.
And I would just to kind of follow up on your points, because I think they're so meaningful. I do think it would be helpful for us to establish kind of formal mechanisms for connecting the work of the different committees. And so I don't have an active recommendation around that, but I completely agree
coordinating.
Yeah.
Sometimes bylaws actually do address that. We don't have those in our bylaws right now, but there are examples of bylaws out there that do that. So we could be more specific if we decided that was something we wanted to spend a little bit of time on.
You would?
I would know that. Yeah, totally. Yeah, nobody cares about bylaws, right? I care. But yeah, we could make something up for that.
The next meeting is on July 8th.
Which means there's no recommendations coming out of that committee for our report, which is what you haven't done in the past, but you could do.
Do you want to schedule different meetings later? I'm sorry.
Which means if the next one's in July, it means that there's no specific recommendations coming out of that committee for the report,
Oh, right.
which you haven't done in the past historically. But if there's like a communicative or coordination need, like in the space, you know what I mean? Like a coordination need in the space, like there could be a recommendation around like people aren't coordinating, other people aren't coordinating.
You got more than one meeting.
That stuff.
I'll just, for the Environment and Production Subcommittee, I'll just add that our next meeting is May 9th. So not this Thursday, but the next Thursday. So 2 weeks from today, wait, a week, where are we? A week from today. Where are we? A week from today, May 9th is our next meeting at 1 o'clock. And so we're gonna have to start getting heavy into, since things are due in June, recommendations to the council are due in June, we're gonna just start on that process immediately, starting next week.
Can I make a quick comment? I did pass out something. At some point, this council might want to have just a relatively brief presentation about Maryland agriculture, so you know, as a plan for it. We also talk a lot about the 3% that we tend to deal with here. The American University of Census of Agriculture just came out about a month ago. They do it every 5 years. It's turned to page 2 what I handed out. I just wanted to sort of highlight the 3% for you. And it comes in different contexts. One, you see that 1% of Maryland farmers farm organically. That's under the USDA standards. It's fairly rigorous. That includes not only pig production, but pasture-raised livestock, and also grain production. So we have Purdue Farms has a division that raises organic chickens. So they need to eat organically grown corn and soybeans. So that would be captured in that 1%. We went to 2 farms last Friday. Both of them in 2002 certified organic farms, so they would show up here as part of that 1% of Maryland farmers growing organically. But we learned that Oak Wolf Farm has just discontinued with its certification. The process was a little too onerous, and there was a requirement for garlic that became a problem. There are actually a lot of small farms in that boat. So we actually think that there are maybe as many as 3% of Maryland farmers growing regenerative. The heard from Ray Slattery yesterday about regenerative agriculture. This is her membership. To be part of this, 3% growing regeneratively or organic. And again, just escalating there, but it's relatively small. And 3% can also be represented in, we know now, the 4% of table crops produced in 2000. That's the left-hand column there on the crops. You see 4.1%. You add vegetables and fruits together, that gives you 4%. So that sometimes is part of the 3% that we talk about with, table crops. This group is talking a lot about vegetables and fruits. So that's 4%. Now, well less than half of that is going to be produced regeneratively. So that just gives you some sense of that portion of Maryland agriculture. Now, of course, the largest commodity producers in Maryland is chickens. 48% of Maryland's agricultural production is solely chickens, and they eat about 20% more of Maryland's production than soybeans. So, chickens, are very important statewide, all corn and soybean and wheat farmers are supplying the growers on the Belmont. So they're getting a premium over the Chicago trade price because they don't have to transport the corn from the Midwest. It's already here, they get paid more for that. So our farmers benefit from chickens, even if they're not on the trade farms. So someday I'm sure you want to have a presentation about that. I've been on the council for 3 years. We never had a presentation about parallel agriculture. So getting that version of this.
See, it'd be great to get even like trends, like now that the new, this is like, look too, because I think it's really interesting to look, from the last census, what happened. Because I think, just understanding as we lose mid-sized farms, what does that mean? From a resiliency and security perspective, it's pretty significant.
But we actually gained farms over the last census. As farms are being divided, we have more farmers, small farmers.
But acreage.
Acreage is just down very small. We have just under 2 million acres. We lost 1% of land. We gained 1% of farmers, numerically. And the number of women farmers has been growing every census. We're now well over a third of the women the farmers are women, which is amazing. We're gaining incrementally in minorities that are farming. 100 years ago, 20% of the farmers were African American. That number declined in the 60s, 70s, and then now we have Asian farming population, other minorities, something else. Yeah, there's a lot of data here that needs to be mined.
So I think it'd be really nice to follow up on that. Farmers panel, because I think in both
Beyond the H2A workers.
both committees, we talk about like distribution and access. We talk about farmers markets. But we don't always talk about, what are the sort of barriers, stumbling blocks for farmers to participate. And the same thing with the environmental production. I mean, I think it's, once again, sort of a wording platform.
I think so. I agree with you.
Do you want that environment, that full council?
Well, the full council has never had a presentation on agriculture. The committee has had multiple presentations on various specialized topics with that. But the rest of the council is not hearing that.
Distribution and access hasn't heard anything. So that would be good.
So, that email address right there, the ndfsrc.nden@maryland.gov is the one that it seems like people are not getting emails from. It could be that they're going into your spam folder, but I will resend all of those documents. I'm sorry that you didn't make it through to everyone. Do we have to go to Cinder? None. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
I'm sure there's something, but.
Yeah.